Hello, everyone, and welcome back to historic Bosse Field as your Evansville Otters get ready to take on the Windy City ThunderBolts in a continued game after the suspension from last night, and then after that one, approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of this first game, another 7-inning game for the conclusion of our doubleheader. I'm Riley Angel alongside my partner Lucas Macklin. You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. Lucas, yesterday it was a weird day for Evansville, that's for sure. I mean, the first one, obviously you lose 7-1, not feeling great about that, and then as soon as you have some momentum going, we have to end it all and continue it here the next day.
Yeah, it was really tough, especially game one where the offense just couldn't really get anything going, and Greg Duncan really looked like the best pitcher we had seen all year pitch against this Otters team, and he really shut them down, especially those last 5 innings. Only gave up 1 hit and 1 walk, didn't give up a single run, and pitched that complete 7-inning game. But second game, they were getting runners on. In fact, in the second inning, they had runners on second and third with 1 out, couldn't get a run across, and then right before the game was called, they got runners on first and second with 2 outs, and obviously that's where we'll pick up with L.J. Jones at the plate. So it's interesting to see if they can jump out early with that opportunity and try to take a lead going into what would be the 4th inning.
And for Evansville, it'll be Yohan Gonzalez coming back to relieve Anthony Patterson III, who looked good, but ultimately only was able to go 3 shutout innings.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate just because he was looking really good. He was hitting pretty much all of his spots, but at the end of the day, you also get out the starter for Windy City, Aaron Evers, who has been so fantastic as well. So obviously it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this game goes, but it should end up being more of a net positive for the Otters than a net negative. And at least warming up in the bullpen now is Dante Maeda. We'll see if they do go with him. It looks like they probably will. And he's going to be coming in with runners on first and second with 2 outs, so he's not going to even get a clean inning to start this game.
And the question is now, how big is it going to be for Evansville to, again, there's 2 outs in this bottom of the third that when we come back to, how big is it for them to be able to get something on the board straight away?
I mean, it's just like scoring a run in the first inning and really setting yourself up for success. And since it only is 7 innings, you get a lead here, you only have to shut them out for 4 more innings. And we've seen the bullpen be able to do that in different occasions. And obviously getting Yohan Gonzalez, hopefully, typically he goes 2 innings. So if he looks good, hopefully he gives that effort. And all of a sudden all you need is 2 innings. So being able to get one of those runners across in this first inning, which is actually the bottom of the 3rd inning, is going to be huge.
And it would be really nice for them to get this win, especially with the 7-1 loss against Windy City. Yes, you faced Greg Duncan, who looked really good, but you play a team like Windy City, who came in yesterday 7-23, now 8-23, and you play them at your place where you've been so good this year. You really would have liked to start the series off with a tone setter and getting that win. Sadly, they weren't able to do that.
And I think just the way this series has gone, with the game getting rained out on Friday and then only being able to play essentially 9 innings yesterday, or 10 innings when you wanted to play 14, is really messing up kind of the flow of things. And I think that first game yesterday, especially because it was only 7 innings and Greg Duncan could go the whole way, it really went against the Otters. But hopefully you come in today with a chip on your shoulder and you try to go out and win this series.
When we come back, I'll remind you of the starting lineups for each team. You're listening on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and more can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Back inside of historic Bosse Field for the conclusion of our doubleheader from yesterday. Boy, this is quite the long game that we got ourselves into at the beginning of the day yesterday, but we'll finish the final 4.5 innings and then a second 7-inning game to round out this series as your Evansville Otters take on the Windy City Thunderbolts. I'm Riley Angel alongside Lucas Macklin. Thank you so much for joining us here on this Sunday afternoon. Nothing quite like Sunday afternoon baseball. Let's remind you of the starting lineups for each team as we are about ready for the conclusion of this one. Starting with Windy City, it's Jalen Greer, the shortstop, leading off, then Michael Sandel, the center fielder. Batting third, Dakota Katowski, the right fielder. David Mayberry DHing, he's cleaning it up. Then Oscar Serratos, the first baseman, batting fifth. Batting sixth, Garrett Broussard, he is playing third base today. Grant Thorman, batting seventh, he is in left field. James Dunlap at second base, batting eighth. Rounding it out, Zach Beadle is catching, batting ninth. For your Evansville Otters, it's Ellis Schwartz in the leadoff spot, playing center field, then Keenan Taylor in left. JT Benton in right. LJ Jones, the DH, cleaning it up. He will be the first batter once we get this one underway. He will have 2 runners on with 2 outs. Pavin Parks is batting fifth, playing third base. Logan Brown batting sixth at first. J.J. Cruz, the second baseman, is batting seventh. Then in the 8th spot, Justin Felix. He's catching, rounding it out, the shortstop, Alay Camus. Again, the starters, Anthony Patterson the third and then Aaron Evers. Both of their days are done. Anthony Patterson going 3 shutout innings, striking out 2, allowing 3 hits, walking just 1. Aaron Evers, the line not closed on him yet. He went 2 2/3, allowing 3 hits, not walking anybody, did hit a batter, and struck out 4. But again, the line not closed on him yet as both runners on are his responsibility. But it will be Dante Maeda who will come in and pitch against Evansville to begin this afternoon.
Yeah, Maeda is going to be making his 3rd appearance of the year. He's pitched in 2 games. He's gone 4 innings, given up 6 hits and 3 runs. He struck out 4 and walked 3. So a guy who does struggle, at least so far early in the season, with command, but even back with the Clark Pride in the NAIA, had a 4.10 ERA and 12 starts, and had a 4.1 walk per 9 rate with a 9.8 strikeout per 9 rate. So a guy who does struggle with the walks, also gave up 10 home runs in 74 2/3 innings. So giving up a lot of home runs as well. So we'll see what he does here against LJ Jones, the first to meet him. And again, it's a weird feeling because the game, it feels like you're just starting, and all of a sudden you start with runners on first and second, and it's obviously there's 2 outs, so you just need to get 1 guy out, but it's not an easy batter by any means with LJ Jones, and it's just a weird spot to be in coming in for a guy who traditionally has been a starter in his career.
And even as a hitter, I feel like it's a little weird because you're not used to coming in starting a game. I mean, full night's rest, you're starting a brand new game with 2 runners on, but definitely advantage for the Otters to begin.
Yeah, and like I said, it's just going to be about trying to put yourself in the right mentality. You got to remember you're in a tied 0-0 game, and you have a chance to take the lead if you can put one into the outfield. So it's going to be interesting to see what LJ Jones does coming up to start this one, and hopefully, again, it goes well for the Otters because they need to get a couple of wins here to stay in that division race.
You're listening to the Papa John's pregame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, the Home Team Network, and now on 96.9 WYIR. Also, speaking of the Home Team Network is the exclusive home of every Frontier League game this year. Check out Home Team Network to sign up today and get a front row seat to every Otters game in 2025. Well, Evansville coming into this one 12-17. In the standings, it's not looking great for them. They are in fourth place of the Central Division, 4.5 games back of first place Washington, a full game back of Florence, who is in third. These next two games, or the conclusion of this one, and then obviously the 7-inning second game that we're going to play, so huge for Evansville to get momentum with the division leaders coming into town next week. And who knows what happens next week with the forecast that's in store.
Well, yeah, and you're supposed to be playing 4 games against Washington as well. That's a huge chunk of games against a division rival. The Otters have come in so far against the Central Division. They're 5-5. They've played well against their division rivals, but it's really been the West Division that they've struggled against, and rightfully so with teams like Schaumburg and Gateway. You just got to be prepared and ready. Hopefully, again, you go out there and you get a big win today. A couple of big wins if possible, and then you set yourself up next week, assuming we do play all 4, to crawl back in this division with Washington currently leading the Central Division.
Everyone has taken the field now. Boy, a weird feeling, everyone taking the field without obviously all the pregame festivities, but as such, when a game has to be concluded after a suspended game. Looks like for the most part, it is the same defense out there for Windy City in every single infield spot. Same with the outfield, so no changes for the Thunderbolts to begin this one.
And it's going to be interesting to see if the Otters want to go with the same, because they did have Graham Brown on the bench for last night's game in the second game. So it'll be interesting to see if maybe they try to use him, or if they maybe try to set him up to be a strategic entry at some point in this game. It's just, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see what they do there.
Behind the plate is Zach Beadle on the mound, Dante Maeda. That pitcher-catcher battery is brought to you by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. L.J. Jones will lead it off. It'll be J.T. Benson at first, Alay Camus at second base. Here in this one, such an odd feeling, but a beautiful day for baseball after the past couple of days. Boy, it's nice to see the sun out and shining. A little bit of cloud cover, but we will certainly welcome it as there are no gray clouds up above.
Leading off the resumption of this game, the designated hitter, number 20, L.J. Jones.
Here is L.J. Jones standing in on the right side. 2 runners on, 2 outs, no score, bottom of the third. Maeda sets, and out of the stretch, the first pitch is high. Snap throw to first is not in time. It's 1-0. They tried to catch Benson over there sleeping to begin this resumption, but nothing going. Jones in this contest is 1 for 1. He singled in the second inning just about 18 hours ago. The 1-0 pitch. High, 2-0. Infield straight up, same with the outfield. Wind slightly blowing out to center, but nothing insane. Maeda sets out of the stretch, the pitch. Swung on, high pop-up, should be playable on the infield. Broussard is under it on the left side, and he makes the catch to end this third inning. So we now go to the top of the fourth. Still no score here in Evansville. You're listening on 96.9 WIR and the Otters Digital Network.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org.
It'll be Yoan Gonzalez here in this top half of the fourth inning. He is relieving Anthony Patterson the third. Yoan, he's been a guy that can go multiple innings for Evansville, but he's only gone two multiple times, but that is just his longest outing. What do you expect to see from him here today?
It's going to be interesting because it kind of feels like a start because you're coming in and pitching, and it may only go 2 innings, but still it's going to be an interesting idea to see what he can do. The Otters have typically been able to get a little bit of length out of him. Again, you're in the 4th inning out of a 7-inning game, so you don't need him to go 4 or 5 innings. You just need, if he can go his typical 2 innings and do it well and hopefully shut this team out, you'll be very excited with that.
Here's Oscar Serratos, 0 for 1 in this game. Serratos, right-handed hitter, and the first pitch from Yoan is in there for a strike, 0-1. The defense, the same for Evansville, the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, popped him up, foul territory down the first base side, but it's going to get out of play. That overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best and never regret it.
Choose the best, never regret it.
No balls, 2 strikes now to Serratos as Yoan quickly ahead, steps back and fires. Checked his swing, cold strike 3 for the first out. Gonzalez pumping it up to 94 on the fastball for a strikeout looking.
And that's exactly what you want to see from Yoan. Go quickly and go after the guys. Whenever he's able to control his fastball especially, he is really tough to hit.
Now it's Garrett Brassard. The first pitch he sees is on the inner half for a strike, 0-1. Gonzalez didn't get any work in Lake Erie, so that's the 0-1 pitch. Bins in there for a strike, 0-2. So this is his first appearance in a little bit. Here's the 0-2 offering. Bender just misses outside. Good spot, though. 1-2. Here's that 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Second German-American Bank strikeout in as many batters faced for Yoan Gonzalez. Now Grant Thorman, the left fielder, stands in. Evansville last night wore those Evansville flag jerseys, but with them being auctioned off now just in their home white pants, the blue tops. First pitch now to Thorman is in there for a strike at the knees, 0-1.
It's unfortunate they only could get just about 3 innings out of those jerseys because they were very, very nice-looking jerseys.
The 0-1. High, 1-1. Windy City just in their road grades as they were last night. Blue text across the front, blue numbers as well, no trim. The 1-1. Swung on and missed, 1-2. A ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gonzalez working quickly here in this top of the 4th. No score here in Evansville, Indiana. The pitch just missed outside, 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Nobody on. Top 4 of the pitch. Swung on and grounded softly right back to Gonzalez, who snags, flips to first in time for the 3rd out. So 1, 2, 3 go the Thunderbolts. No score halfway through 4. We go to the bottom half here on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
Dante Maeta back out here for his second inning of work in this bottom of the 4th. Has only gone a third of an inning, so he will face Paven Parks, Logan Brown, J.J. Cruz, the 3 due up for Evansville.
And Logan Brown in those, again, about 10 innings or so, did manage 3 hits, including a double in this game. So he's coming up second in this inning. It'll be exciting to see if Paven can get something going and Logan can follow him up.
The third baseman, number 13, Nathan Parks.
Parks yesterday grounded into a fielder's choice but got stranded on third base in the second frame of this one. He stands in on the left side. Taps both ends of the plate as always. And the first pitch to him is low, 1 ball, no strikes.
And obviously it's only been 4 pitches for him, but he's thrown 3 of those out of the zone so far. Let's see if that's something that stays consistent during this game.
1-0. Swung on, fouled right back into the screen, 1-1. Always an odd feeling having to continue a game the next day. Especially when you're scoreless, because it's basically just playing a 5.5 inning game. Well, 4.5 in our case. A ball, a strike, nobody out. The pitch. Up and away for a ball, 2-1 now. So, as you mentioned, a little bit of control issue early. Real early for Maeda. 2-1. Way high, 3-1. And Paven is here on a 3-1 pitch. Not going to get anything unless it's in its perfect zone. Swung on and missed, 3-2. So time called by Paven, who will have a payoff pitch here in the bottom of the 4th. No score, nobody out. Left-hander stands in, he's ready. The pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So Maeda gets his first strikeout here in this outing to begin this 4th frame.
The first baseman, number 28, Logan Brown.
As Logan Brown now bats. We were on pace for a pitcher's duel last night. We'll see if that trend continues as Logan Brown stands in to face Maeda. First pitch he sees is taken outside for a strike, 0-1. No balls, a strike and out, the pitch. Bounced it way out in front of the plate, probably about 2 feet up there. A ball, a strike. Still early on in this resumption. As out of the windup, he fires. Swung on, high fly ball down the left field line. Back on it is Thorman near the wall, and it's going to go just foul. Had the distance, but drifted.
And he went up to hit that one, and if he's just able to straighten it out just a little bit, we have a 1-0 game.
So 1-2 the count now. Brown awaits it. Swung on, line drive center field. That's going to drop down for a base hit. So Logan Brown continues his hot stretch of games as he gets the first hit of this resumption. Here this afternoon, bringing up J.J. Cruz.
The second baseman, number 17, J.J. Cruz.
So Logan Brown now technically 2 for 2. Small lead over at first. Giving him a look is Maeda. First pitch to Cruz. Swung on, fouled right back. It's 0-1. Cruz, another left-handed hitter. This from Pavin to Cruz. 3 straight left-handers. The 0-1. Inside, gets away into the backstop, so taking second with ease will be Logan Brown. And Evansville right back in business after the wild pitch.
And now this is the 3rd straight inning they've had in this game where they've had a runner in scoring position. So they really need to try to push something across here in one of these opportunities. We've seen them in games this year get those kind of opportunities and have runners on base, but just end up stranding them and it cost them some games.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. The pitch to Cruz. Swung on, fouled back into the netting, 1-2 now. Last night was a pretty big crowd for Evansville. Obviously, Sunday afternoon, not going to be as crowded here at Bosse. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air, into left center field. Under it, Thorman, medium deep, makes the catch for out number 2. Now Justin Felix will have a chance to knock in a run.
The catcher, number 5, Justin Felix.
Felix, right-handed batter, 0 for 1 in this contest. Struck out in the 2nd inning. First pitch he sees is inside, and that nicked him on the elbow pad. So he will take first base. Up and in fastball. That'll get the adrenaline pumping. Now, 2 on, 2 out, very similar situation as we had just an inning ago, but Alay Camus now the batter.
I mentioned still a big spot here, just pass it on to the next guy. And Camus, with a base hit already in this one, can hopefully get another one in the outfield and potentially score a run.
Already some action brewing in the Windy City pen. That Caleb Burrito.
The only lefty in the Windy City bullpen. Does have a 2.53 ERA in limited action this year.
The shortstop, number 1, Alay Camus.
See if any moves are made, but first, Maeda will face Camus. Infield on a pull shift. As the first pitch to Camus is swung on right back up the middle and off the glove of Maeda. Ricochets to the shortstop, and there's no play anywhere. Bases loaded. Alay Camus nearly took Maeda's head off with that swing. Now Ellis Schwartz will bat with bases juiced.
Yeah, and Camus did, or Maeda did well just to get a glove on that, and because if he doesn't, almost certainly that's in center field and a run scores. He hit that on the knob.
So the first pitch now to Schwartz is swung on and fouled right back. It's 0-1. Schwartz so often swings at that first pitch. Very aggressive hitter, especially if he sees a first pitch fastball. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. On first, Camus. On second, Felix. On third, Logan Brown. Ellis Schwartz in this game is 0 for 2. A ground out, a strikeout. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, fouled right back into the screen again, a 1-2. Time taken by Schwartz. About as humid as you can get here in southern Indiana today. With all that rain passing through. Pretty normal for a summer in this region of the country. Maeda sets, looks towards third, and deep breath. The 1-2. In the dirt, 2-2. Keenan Taylor stands on deck. After him would be J.T. Benson. Schwartz, left-handed hitter, stands in. Maeda bent over at the waist, looks in for the signs. Agrees and sets. Out of the stretch, he'll deliver the 2-2. Up and away, 3-2 now. Nowhere to put him for Maeda. Evansville, Windy City still tied at 0. Bottom 4, bases loaded. 2 outs. And the payoff pitch. Swung on, battled off. We'll do it again at 3-2.
You see this a lot from Schwartz. This is a reason why they love having him at the top of the lineup. Just battles, drawing out at-bats, and doing it here once again, and hopefully he can try to work something here to give the Otters the lead.
The 3-2. Swung on, hit in the air, left center field. Under it is Thorman, medium deep, and he makes the catch for the third out. So once again, Evansville with an opportunity, but they just can't convert. We now go to the top of the fifth. No score here in Evansville. You're listening on 96.9 WYAR and the Otters Digital Network.
For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com.
Time now for the top half of the fifth. No score here in Evansville as of yet. Yohan Gonzalez still out there here for this top half of the fifth inning. He will face 8, 9, and 1, the 3-2 up for Windy City.
And obviously the Otters didn't break through in that last inning, but a long inning, making the pitcher work out there. If he can go quickly here and get another quick inning to get those bats back out there would do wonders for them, as they can try to, again, just get one of these opportunities. You get a big hit in one of these opportunities and finally break through.
Windy City Thunderbolts, second baseman, 7, James Dunlap.
Here's James Dunlap. Yohan Gonzalez fires the first pitch to him. Swung on line, drive, base hit, center field. Cutting it off is Schwartz out there, holding him to just a single. So a leadoff knock for the Thunderbolts here in the top of the 5th.
The catcher, 33, Zach Beadle.
Brings up Zach Beadle. He's 0 for 1. The pitch. Bender missed on the inside. It's 1-0. No score, top 5. Windy City with a runner on the pitch. That one catches the inner half, a ball and a strike. Sun out and shining in full force this afternoon. The 1-1 to the Thunderbolts backstop. That one just misses inside, 2-1. Gonzalez gives the runner at first and Dunlap a look. Now focuses towards the batter of the pitch. Swung on and missed, 2-2. Yohan Gonzalez has shown brilliance this year. A couple of outings he struggled, which has pushed that ERA up, but for the most part, he has been very solid for Evansville. The 2-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3.
That's a German-American
Third German-American bank strikeout for Yohan Gonzalez.
shortstop.
Now Jalen Greer. 2 for 2 is what Greer sat at before the suspension of this game. First pitch he sees. Bins in there for a strike, 0-1. Dunlap dancing a little bit over at first base. The 0-1. Swung on, high fly ball. That's actually a pop-up. On the infield, under it is Logan Brown, who makes the catch for the second out.
Center fielder, 12, Michael Sandel.
So after the leadoff hit, 2 quick outs for Gonzalez, brings up Michael Sandel, the center fielder. First pitch he sees. Just missed inside. It's 1-0. Pitch. Outside, 2-0. A heavy pull shift on Sandel here in his third plate appearance of this game.
Yeah, and with Logan Brown holding the runner at first, you can pretty much hit it anywhere on the right side of the infield. It's going to get through.
The next pitch is fouled off, 2-1, the count. One of the things about the shift is still professional hitters that can make an approach, swing it to one side or the other if they really put their mind to it. Two and one, the count, 2 outs. Here it is from Gonzalez. Just missed outside, 3-1. On deck is the dangerous Dakota Katowski. The pitch. High ball 4. So Sandel works his second walk here in this game. And now runners on first and second
Dakota Katowski.
for Dakota Katowski. Katowski yesterday in the first game of the doubleheader put one to the moon. It was a 112 off the bat with 438 feet to left center. First pitch he sees this afternoon is in there for a strike around the letters 0-1. The pitch. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Big swing from Katowski there on the inner half. Yoan in the driver's seat. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 runners on for Windy City. Gonzalez sets it out of the stretch, the 0-2. In the dirt, try to get him chasing 1-2. Do it again to Katowski, as here it is. Swung on, high pop-up, shallow center field. Racing in on it is Taylor in left center, but it's Ellis Schwartz who will make the catch for out number 3. So we now go to the bottom of the 5th. No score here at Bosse Field. You're listening on 96.9 WYR and the Otters Digital Network.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
And $2 12-ounce.
Bottom of the 5th, it's still Dante Maeda out there pitching for Windy City. See how he does. He will face Keenan Taylor, JT Benson, LJ Jones here in this bottom half of the 5th. Evansville has now stranded 7 base runners in 4 innings during this game. 2 in the second, 2 in the third, and bases loaded in the 4th.
Saw this a lot early in the season when they couldn't get these wins, is just not being able to get those big hits. We really saw these last few series here at Bosse Field. They were able to get those hits, but today's one of those days where they just aren't able to crack through. And thankfully, the pitching has been fantastic on our side, 5 shutout innings, but now you got to do some work for them and get some scoring going here.
Keenan Taylor to lead us off here in the bottom of the 5th. Remember, this is a 7-inning game. So it'll be 7 in this one and then 7 later on, approximately 30 minutes after this game 1 concludes. Maeda, the first pitch. In there for a strike, it's 0-1. I keep trying to call him Marietta for some reason. This isn't the NFL. The 0-1 just misses low. 1-1. Keenan Taylor, now one of the leaders in batting average in the Frontier League, coming into action today. The 1-1 pitch, up and in for a ball. He is 5th in the league in batting average at .344. The 2-1 pitch. Below the knees, 3-1.
Yeah, and that can be even higher. You know, going into yesterday, he was at 356 and had a hit taken away from him. Had one where he just missed sending it over the fence. So had a good day yesterday, all things being considered. Just nothing to show for it.
3-1. That one called for a strike on the down and away edge. Maybe a tad low. Certainly one that if you're Keenan Taylor, you want called for a ball. Now a payoff. That one misses low. Ball 4. Boy, and that's a really good take from Keenan Taylor given the call of the pitch previous, but he was right, and he leads it off with a Deerhead side walk, cafe and bar over at first, as JT Benson will now bat with a runner on.
And this is a good start to this inning. Yeah, you have a runner on, a guy in Keenan Taylor who is prone to stealing bases. We'll see what they want to do, but now we get a quick time, and we'll see if they want to switch pitchers.
As no signal as of yet, making their way to the mound. Again, there is action in the bullpen. It's still Caleb Riddle. Looks as if it's most likely it's just going to be a meeting. As no, it's not. We will make a change as Caleb Riddle will come into this ball game. When we come back, we'll talk about his numbers. It's bottom of the 5th, no score here in Bosse Field. You're listening on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Caleb Riddle, left-handed pitcher out of the pen for Windy City. We'll see how he does here against JT Benson, then LJ Jones, then Paven Parks, with a runner on first base in Keenan Taylor.
Yeah, and this year he's been one of the, really probably the best arm out of their bullpen, a 2.53 ERA in 21 1/3 inning, a guy that can give length. He's gone as much as 4 innings in a relief appearance this year, so we'll see how long he goes, but again, the Otters have done well against good pitchers before, and it's not like he has the stuff that we saw from a guy like Greg Duncan. It's just more of he's done well in his spots, but a lot of lefties in the lineup right now. 3 righties off the bench for the Otters. We'll see if they want to use them as this game goes on.
First pitch to Benson, up and in for a ball, 1-0. Keenan Taylor on first, has stolen bunch of bags this year. We'll see if they try to test the catcher and Beetle. The 1-0. Inside 2-0. Especially with both offenses struggling to score, it seems like you get one and you take a wild advantage here in this ball game. Two-0 pitch. Right down Main Street. 2-1. It is Nick McAuliffe in the pen for Evansville. He has been superb this year. The 2-1. 3-1. That one left upstairs. Evansville trying to create traffic once again for L.J. Jones, who stands on deck. 3-1 pitch. Outside, ball 4. So the first two have reached via the walk for Evansville here in this bottom of the 5th. Brings up L.J. Jones, who is 1 for 2, popped out a couple of innings ago in the 3rd as the first batter of this resumption.
And now you've 2 runners on and no one out. You have to be able to push a run across here with how this game has gone so far, with how many opportunities you've missed. You can't miss on this one.
First pitch to L.J. Jones. Swung on, shot off the opposite way down the right field line. That overhead foul ball brought to you by Hedge Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. 0-1 the count to Jones. He has 12 ribbies this year, yet to homer. The 0-1. Inside, had him leaning back, 1-1. Boy, it's humid outside right now. You can feel it up here.
It's that prime Indiana's summer weather.
The 1-1. Up and in, 2-1. I'll tell you what, that humidity, you lick your fingers a little bit out on the mound as a pitcher, get a lot of extra grip on the ball. Same with sweating the rosin bag, but don't tell them I know that. 2-1 the count. The pitch. Swung on, hit in the air down the right field line, well foul. 2-2.
Brought to you by Hedge Construction. Choose the best. Never regret
Sticky
it.
stuff has always been an interesting thing, especially with rosin out there on the mound. You can create some sticky substances to get a better grip on the ball with just, as I mentioned, sweat and rosin.
Well, it's an interesting conversation because even hitters, they want the pitchers to have some kind of grip on it, because if you don't have grip, then all of a sudden you don't know where that ball's going.
Exactly. The 2-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So LJ goes down swinging for the first strikeout for Caleb Rydell.
Number 11, Nathan Parks.
Now brings up Paven Parks. Parks struck out in the 4th. Man, you would really like to push across one here. Because who knows how many more opportunities you're going to get in the limited time that this game has. First pitch to Paven. Down and away for a strike. It's 0-1. Perfect spot. This has just been one of those games, or really a couple of games for Evansville looking back to yesterday where the offense has just been stifled. 0-1 pitch. Low, 1-1. Even back to the last game against Lake Erie on Thursday. But these streaks happen. It is baseball. One pitch. That one just misses down and away. I mean, just missed. 2-1. Rydell trying to work out of a jam here. He's responsible for the runner on first, but Maeda's responsible for the runner on second. The 2-1. Outside, 3-1. Logan Brown on deck. He's been swinging a bat that is on fire. Three and one pitch. Swung on, bounced towards first and foul, 3-2. Paven stands back in. Rydell sets the payoff pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air to left field, but sliced foul. It's going to stay at 3-2. Paven having a good at-bat here.
And obviously, it's early in the day, but you can already see the Otters having a lot better at-bats than they did in Game 1 yesterday, where they were just going up and going down really quickly. They're drawing out these at-bats. They're making the pitcher out there work, and it's a great sign for a team that has, like you said, been stifled the last few games they've played.
The 3-2. Low ball 4, so bases are loaded for a second straight inning for Evansville. This time all 3 reaching via the free pass.
Yeah, and the way these last couple of days have been going, I don't know if there's anyone else you'd rather have up at the plate right now.
Number 28.
Logan Brown. 2 for 2 in this game. A hit last inning in the 4th, was stranded on 3rd. See how he does here. First pitch he sees from Rydell. Swung on, hit the opposite way, fair ball down the left field line. That's a base hit. It rolls all the way to the corner. 1 run is in. Here comes the second. Paven will stay at 3rd. A 2 RBI double for Logan Brown.
That's a Tierhead double-decker double.
Boy, oh boy, he has been the hottest hitter on this team, if not the conference, if not that, the Frontier League.
Yeah, and he has done so well at hunting that first pitch right there, first pitch fastball right down the middle that he just slices down the third base line, 2-run score, and that is a huge momentum boost for the Otters that have had such great pitching and had these opportunities, and now a chance to even tack on some more.
Infield playing into J.J. Cruz. The first pitch he sees is a bender way high, 1-0.
We'll say Cruz yesterday in Game 2, the second inning of Game 2, had runners on second and third with only 1 away there and struck out, so another opportunity for him here to try to push across at least 1, if not a couple runs.
The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, slicing line, driving to center. Left center field. Sandel back on it near the track. Dives, makes the catch. Coming in is Paven Parks. He will score on the sac fly. To 3rd is Logan Brown. Boy, you just got to tip your cap there. A phenomenal catch in center field by Michael Sandel.
Yeah, and that one saves 1 run there for sure. Another, obviously, Parks comes in to score, but that's the second time we've seen Sandel make an amazing diving play out there. A fantastic defensive center fielder, at least so far in this series. But still does get a run across. You have a 3-run lead, which is still a huge insurance run for the Otters.
Justin Felix up to bat. 3-0 Evansville, bottom 5. First pitch. Bins in there for a strike. It's 0-1. Logan Brown still on 3rd. Felix was hit by a pitch an inning ago in the 4th. The 0-1. Swung on, popped in the air down the right field line, slicing towards foul territory. Over to it is Serratos, but it bounces up and out of play. It's 0-2 now. A 3-run 5th, still not through. Runner on 3rd, 2 out. 3-0 Evansville. Nick McAuliffe's still loosening in the Evansville pen. He will likely be the pitcher in the top half of the 6th. The 0-2. Checked his swing and struck him out. So Justin Felix goes down swinging, second strikeout for Rydell, but Evansville gets 2 on a 2-run double from Logan Brown, and then a sacrifice fly from J.J. Cruz makes it 3-0. We go to the top of the 6th. You're listening on 96.9 WIR on the Otters Digital Network.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org.
The answer on repair east.
It's Nick McAuliffe in to pitch.
812.
He has looked so good for Evansville this year as Yohan Gonzalez exits. He ended up striking out 3. He walked 1, gave up a hit, but did not allow anyone to score. He looked really good in his 2 innings of work. Hands the baton to Nick McAuliffe, who has not given up a run this year.
Yeah, and once Nate Wolgemuth got signed and was the Otters closer, Nick McAuliffe switched his number to 29, inheriting that 29, and he's looked fantastic this year. You mentioned hasn't given up a run in his 9 1/3 innings of work. He struck out 12 and only walked 3, so strikeouts are up, the walks are down, and that's the most important thing really with a pitcher is do you strike out a lot of batters, do you not walk a lot of people, and do not give up home runs? And so far this year, he's answered yes to all of those.
He will face David Mayberry. The pitch. In there for a strike, 0-1. Mayberry, Serratos, and Brassard, the 3 due up here in this top half of the 6th. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt, 1-1. One thing that McAuliffe does well, other than that one outing we saw from him, he throws strikes. 1-1 pitch after a deep breath from McAuliffe. Swung on and foul tipped right back into the mitt, 1-2. One, two. Checked his swing. Definitely went around. Strike 3. First German-American bank strikeout for Nick McAuliffe.
First baseman.
Now Oscar
13,
Serratos, who's 0 for 2.
Serratos.
Struck out in the 4th, did Serratos. McAuliffe with the first offering into him. Swung on, jam shot foul and overhead. That overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Overhead foul ball brought to you by
0-1 the count.
Choose the best, never regret it.
Out of the windup, McAuliffe steps back, kicks and fires. Swung on, popped him up. Same result, 0-2.
In case you missed the last one, that overhead foul ball is brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
McAuliffe ahead in the count, 0-2 the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3.
That's it.
Second German-American bank strikeout for Nick McAuliffe.
Third baseman, 6, Garrett Broussard.
As Garrett Broussard stands in 0 for 2, struck out in the 4th as well. The first pitch he sees is down and away for a ball, 1-0. A ball, no strikes, 2 outs. Here it is. Below the knees, 2-0. So McAuliffe trying to work himself back into this count, down 2-0. Here it is. Swung on, popped up and foul. It's 2-1 now.
That overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Hey, the German-American bank strikeout thing is still up, by the way. All good, just wanted to let you know.
Just rubbing it in their face.
I'm sorry. McAuliffe misses outside. Count 3-1 now. Broussard trying to reach with 2 away here in the top of the 6th. 3-0 Evansville to pitch. High, ball 4. So McAuliffe just lost him there.
Left fielder.
A walk to Broussard. Thorman now batting. Thorman 0 for 2 in this game. I keep wanting to say 0 for 2 today, but it's only 0 for 1 today. First pitch he sees. Inside, did it get him? Yep. So a hit by pitch puts Thorman on first, and now 2 runners on for Windy City. Brings up James Dunlap. Dunlap singled an inning ago in the 5th. Here comes Max Peterson to visit, no one up in the pen, so this will just be a conversation to his pitcher.
And after those first 2 pitchers batters where he looks so good, was really finding his spots. The last couple, he just hasn't really had the same control, obviously, that last batter he hit. So just trying to reset him and get him back into the groove of things. Remember, you have a 3-run lead, so just go after and get this guy and don't really worry too much about the runners on. Just remind him of his ability and what he can do.
Remember, fans, after this one concludes, approximately 30 minutes after the conclusion of this first game, a 7-inning contest will begin as the finale of this 3-game set, which all 3 of which being played in 7 innings, which is interesting, to say the least. First pitch here to James Dunlap. Swung on and missed, gets behind Felix. Both runners are going to advance. Count 0-1, but now runners on second and third instead of first and second. So 2 runners in scoring position now for Windy City. 3-0 Evansville. McAuliffe trying to keep it that way. The 0-1. In there, 0-2. Really nice breaking ball there. Down and away corner. Just paint from McAuliffe. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 2 runners on. McAuliffe shakes once, now agrees and sets. Out of the stretch, he delivers the 0-2. Down and away, 1-2. Infield straight up, same with the outfield. Windy City themselves have stranded 6 base runners in this game. So they also have had traffic but not been able to convert. Same way Evansville had. The 1-2. Swung on, hit the opposite way on a line. In on it is the right fielder Benson, who makes the catch for out number 3. So make that 8 base runners stranded for Windy City. Still 3-0 Evansville going into the bottom of the 6th. You're listening on 96.9 WYR on the Otters Digital Network.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
Thank you so much for that continued cooperation.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Bottom half of the sixth, about ready. It's still Caleb Rydell out, just roaming through some former Otters, and Nate Wolkemuth in his first appearance in affiliate ball. 2 innings, struck out all 6 he faced.
Yeah, obviously signed with the Astros in their Florida Complex League in rookie ball, and a great start for him, and obviously we'll watch him as he continues his journey throughout the minors.
Here is Alay Camus facing Rydell. And the first pitch to him is in there for a strike, 0-1. So no balls and a strike. The pitch. In the dirt, 1-1. So Evansville trying to get an insurance run here in the bottom half of the sixth. They are ahead 3-0. They are just 3 outs away from a victory in the top half of the seventh. The pitch, swung on, popped up and foul. It's going to be foul, count 1 and 2.
Choose the best, never regret it.
So count a ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out to Alay Camus. Rydell looks in, agrees. Hands belt high as he sets the pitch. Misses outside on the bender, count 2 and 2. So count evened up. The pitch. Swung on and grounded hard down the first base line, but foul. We'll do it again. Schaumburg earlier today has beaten Mississippi by a score of 11-3. Trois-Rivières beat Ottawa 11-4. Florence beating Lake Erie 3-0. Quebec over Sussex County 3-0. The 2-2 pitch to Camus. High, 3-2. Down east, beating New Jersey 9-8. Gateway over New York 6-1. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. The pitch to Camus. Swung on, hard hit liner into center. Back on it is Sandel. He makes the catch for the first out. So with that Florence win over Lake Erie, man, that just makes this division even tougher for Evansville.
Leadoff batter.
Florence now 15-17, and they get a game up on Lake Erie, who now falls to 16-15. Here's the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game, and Ellis Schwartz. He is 0 for 3 in this one, the pitch. Outside, 1-0. A ball, no strikes, and out. Here it is. Low, 2-0. Dog days of summer here at the ballpark. Someone's not happy. Here's some barking.
Maybe he's arguing calls.
Yeah, probably. That's probably what it is. That was a strike, Blue. The 2-1. Grounded up the middle, fielded by Greer at short. Throw to first is in time for the second out. And now Keenan Taylor, who walked his last time and eventually came around to score.
The left fielder, number 12, Keenan Taylor.
Taylor, right-handed hitter against the left-handed Rydell. The pitch. In there for a strike. It's 0-1. The next one. Swung on, fouled overhead. That overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Yes, Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
I thought you were just going to try to speed through so quickly that you beat Zane even starting it.
I mean, I almost did. The 0-2. Swung on, hit the opposite way, and once again foul. Let's see if he does it this time.
I'm not sure if that one was overhead.
It hit the top of the grandstand.
Oh, did it?
It did.
I just have a bad angle on that right side of the field, so I can never tell.
Same way as I have on this side. The 0-2. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Chase the high fastball as Rydell gets his third German-American. Oh, it's just his third strikeout. Not German-American bank strikeout, not for us. We go to the top of the 7th, 3-0 Evansville. You're listening on 96.9 WIR on the Otters Digital Network.
For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org.
Time for the final frame here in the top half of the 7th. It'll be 9-1-2 for Nick McAuliffe as he tries to get a 6-out save here in this one. This would be his second save of the season. Evansville currently up 3-0 as we head to the top half. It's been a weird game. It's been a weird couple of days here in Evansville, Indiana. All the rain and the delays. Put the tarp on, take the tarp off, dump the tarp, put it back on. Certainly been a weekend of work for us.
It was very shocking. We even played baseball yesterday with how the field looked on Friday.
Yeah.
With how much rain came down. And unfortunately, fortunately, the rain held off for the first game, but it couldn't hold off the entire time. But Otters have taken advantage so far today, getting the starter Aaron Evers out of the game earlier than he probably would have been.
With the sun coming out today, I mean, it's dried up the field significantly. That's for sure. As the first pitch now to Zach Beadle, who stands in, is in there for a strike, 0-1.
All right, now McAuliffe, if you are McAuliffe, you don't want to mess around. You don't want to give them any hope. You just go quickly and you attack the hitters and make them work for it.
The 0-1 pitch. Bender catches the upstairs part of the strike zone. It's 0-2.
They didn't get a hit off of him last inning. They did draw a walk and then got hit by a pitch, but that's how you let teams back into these games, is by giving off free passes and hitting them by pitches. So you really want to just attack them and make them work for it.
The 0-2 pitch. Now from McAuliffe to Beadle. Oh, he thought about it, but it's down and away for a ball, 1-2. The next one from McAuliffe, who pitches out of the windup with nobody on, nobody out here in the top of the 7th. Swung on, popped up in the air, shallow right field. Foul territory, racing back to it at Brown, but just beyond his reach in foul territory. We'll do it again at 1-2. So Windy City not going to go down easily, it seems. McAuliffe standing on the far first base side of the rubber. The pitch. Outside, 2-2. So once again, as the battle continues, the 2-2. Inside, 3-2. A raucous crowd last night we had thanks to the jersey auction. Today it's a little quieter on this Sunday. The 3-2. Cold strike, 3.5.
That's a German-American
Nick
bank.
McAuliffe with his third German-American bank strikeout.
Shortstop, 5, Jalen Greer.
Here's Jalen Greer, the leadoff man, who's 2 for 3 overall in this game, 0 for 1 today. And the first pitch he sees is swung on right back up the middle for a base hit. So make that now 3 for 4. Greer having himself a game. And here's Michael Sandel.
12, Michael Sandel.
Sandel 0 for 1, a couple of walks. Boy, you'd really like to get this one out with who's on deck. And Dakota Kotowski. It's the first pitch. Misses low, 1-0. A ball, no strikes and out. Infield playing Sandel to pull. As the 1-0 in from McAuliffe is in there for a strike, 1-1. McAuliffe looks back towards first at Greer, who takes a small lead. The 1-1. Swung on, high fly ball, pretty well struck out to left center field. Back on it, Taylor and Schwartz, and it's going to be Taylor to make the catch for the second out. Sandel gave it a ride, but just in front of the warning track was Schwartz and Taylor. And now here's Dakota Kotowski.
Yeah, that one off the bat was pretty well struck, but thankfully it died out in the outfield, and got some quick outfielders out there able to track it down, even if it was in between them in that gap.
Kotowski is 0 for 3. McAuliffe trying to get a 6-out save. The pitch. Swung on and missed on the bender, 0-1. McAuliffe agrees, looks towards first at Greer, and sets once again out of the stretch. The 0-1 pitch. That one's in the dirt. Nice block by Felix. Can't find it, but it's right in front of him. 1-1. A ball, a strike, 2 outs. The pitch. Swung on, fouled back into the screen. 1-2 now.
Come on, dogs, make some noise. Let me hear ya.
And again, with the worst thing that Kotowski can do here is making it a one-run game. You just need to be able to attack them and don't give them any life.
McAuliffe sets. The 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike three. Nick McAuliffe with his fourth German-American Bank strikeout gives the Otters a win, and McAuliffe a 6-out save, 3-0 the final in 7.
Yeah, and that's how you respond after a game 1 in this series where your offense just couldn't get anything done. And through the first half of this game, it felt like even though you were getting runners on, you just couldn't get that big hit. Finally, Logan Brown, the big 2 RBI double that ended up being the decider for the Otters here, a huge win, and now you have a chance to go win the series in give or take 30 minutes.
And we'll talk a little bit about this one before we take that break for that next ball game. But again, the final and 3-0. The pitching staff, boy, did they look good in this contest. Yohan Gonzalez and Nick McAuliffe looked near unhittable in those final 4 innings.
Yeah, they really showed up today. Gonzalez came in and that first inning, struck out 2 and only faced 3 batters. He only faced 8 batters total in his 2 innings. McAuliffe faced 9. They really shut down that offense of Windy City that did look really good in the first game of this series. But we can't forget about Anthony Patterson's start. He came out in his first professional start and looked elite, was hitting all the spots he wanted to, and he kind of set the tone for what this game ended up being with Yohan Gonzalez and Nick McAuliffe both pitching 2 clean innings as well.
Logan Brown continues his hot stretch. He went 3 for 3 in this game with 2 doubles, 2 RBI, and a single.
Yeah, and he just picked up where he left off last game. He had 2 hits in the game 1 and then came back here with 2 more hits as well. 3 more hits as well, I should say. And that RBI double, again, being the difference maker is exactly what you wanted to see.
Well, at 5:05, we will have the first pitch for Game 2, which, again, will be a 7-inning contest between these two teams. Evansville looking for a series win in the rubber match. So, until then, I'm Riley Angel alongside Lucas Macklin. We will see you at 5:05.
Welcome back into historic Bossy Field as we're set for Game 2 of our quasi-doubleheader
Something like that.
between the Evansville Otters and the Windy City Thunderbolts. Hello, everybody. I'm Lucas Macklin alongside my partner, Riley Angel. And after getting the win in Game 2 of the series, the Otters in another 7-inning game, the third of this series, will look to try to take the series against the Thunderbolts. And after last game, the offense did a great job getting runners on base, struggled to get them in, but a big hit from Logan Brown, it was the difference maker.
And hopefully that's the thing that kind of forces the flood doors open a little bit. Logan Brown, he has been so good these past couple of days. He's just one of those players that it seems like will turn up in those big spots day in and day out. And now, hopefully, we see them come in here in this rubber match and get the series win.
The starting lineups for today's rubber match will have the Thunderbolts going back to Jalen Greer at the top of the lineup. He'll be playing shortstop. Batting second and in center field will be Michael Sandel. Batting third once again will be Dakota Katowski. Batting fourth and playing second base will be Jose Kerpa. Batting fifth and catching will be Kyle Harbison. Batting sixth and playing in left field will be Oscar Saratos. Batting seventh and DHing will be Christian Kazimka. Batting eighth and playing first base, David Mayberry. And rounding it out, batting ninth and playing third base will be Garrett Broussard. The starter today for Windy City will be Bryce Helgeth. It'll be the first time we see him this year. Comes in with an 0-2 record, 7.6 ERA. Only has made 3 starts on the year, and in those starts hasn't gone super long and has struggled with giving up runs.
He's a guy that you really hope this offense can go and do some damage against early. Get some run support for your guy, Landon Williman, who's opposing him, who has looked so good this year. And again, the offense has been putting runners in scoring position, getting traffic on. You just really want them to come through here and dominate here today against a starter who has struggled so far.
Last start against Florence only went a third of an inning and gave up 6 runs. That was the big difference. In his first 2 starts, he went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs. That was a good start for him. And then in his second start against Gateway, he went 4 2/3 innings, only gave up 1 earned run, but did give up 5 runs total. So the defense was the one letting him down there. And he started the season with 5 relief appearances, is now moved into the starting rotation as he tries to supplant those first 2 guys we saw in this series, Aaron Evers and Eric Duncan.
And, I mean, we'll see. Evansville just, these past couple of games have struggled, finally broke through earlier today. Again, that's a guy that struggled his last time out. Maybe will come in with a bit of confidence issues after going just a third of an inning. So hopefully we can get to him early the same way Florence was able to.
The lineup for the Otters will be very similar to what we saw in Game 1. And left field and batting leadoff, the Edward Jones leadoff batter of the game will be Dennis Pierce. Batting second and back in center field will be Graham Brown. Batting third and in right field will be JT Benson. Batting fourth and playing shortstop will be Paven Parks. Batting fifth and playing first base will be LJ Jones. Batting sixth and back at the DH spot will be Keenan Taylor. Batting seventh and catching will be Logan Brown. Batting eighth and playing second base will be JJ Cruz. And rounding it out will be the third baseman today, Josh Gibson. So the first 3 in the lineup, all outfielders, and that's kind of the way we've seen. These outfielders have been hitting the ball hard, and even guys like LJ Jones and Keenan Taylor, who we've seen play in the outfield, typically are also having really great starts of the season.
Yeah, this outfield for Evansville is stacked. You have guys that deserve to get starting reps in the outfield every day. You have 5 of them who will just have to move around a little bit. And with Keenan Taylor, we've seen him play third base. That gives a little more flexibility. Graham Brown earlier today was out taking grounders at second base, which if he's able to move into the infield once David Mendham comes back, you push LJ Jones right back out to right field or to have him DH a little bit. And that is huge for this offense that really needs some flexibility because there's a logjam in the outfield because there are so many good bats you need in the lineup every day.
And that's not including Ellis Schwartz, who we've seen take so many great at-bats, who's currently on the bench right now and still trying to find his way in this lineup, but he's done really well when he's been in the lineup.
He really has, and we'll see if he continues to do that, continue to keep that going.
Starting today for the Otters will be Landon Williman. In his last start, he got a quality start. Went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs, and got the win against Lake Erie. That was Game 1 of the series. It was a strong tone for him in that series.
Yes, he pitched very well. As you mentioned, 6 innings, only allowed 2. And he just attacked the zone. He didn't mess around with guys at all. And you see that in his numbers. Only 1 strikeout, didn't walk anybody. Pitched to a lot of soft contact, and that one got the quality start. And after that start, we really thought that the Otters are going to go in there and have a really good series against Lake Erie. Didn't quite have that. But if Williman is able to come in this final game against Windy City and just have a sliver of the same success he did against Lake Erie, we're in store for a good show from him on the mound.
Again, game 2 here will be a 7-inning game. All 3 games this series are 7-inning games. So if he goes 6 and only gives up 2 runs, it sets up the Otters really well to go out there and get a win.
Absolutely. And how many? It's weird that we're playing 3 games in 21 total innings.
Yeah, it's definitely odd. I don't know how many times that's happened. Back here at Bosse Field as we prepare here for game number 3. We will get the national anthem and the starting lineups announced from Zane Caldfilter. But first, I just want to thank you so much for joining us in this Sunday afternoon. Some first pitches coming out right now, and also want to wish a very happy Father's Day out there to all the fathers who are listening to us right now, and obviously want to wish a very special happy Father's Day to my father, Craig.
My father, Brock, as well.
Obviously raised us the right way. We're here broadcasting Evansville Otters baseball. Couldn't ask for anything better. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll get national anthem as we head towards the first pitch. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this.
Batting second, the center fielder, number 24, Brad Brown. Batting third, the right fielder, number 9, J.T. Benson. Batting fourth, the shortstop, number 11, Nathan Parks. Batting fifth, the first baseman, number 20, L.J. Jones. Batting sixth, the designated hitter, number 12, Keenan Taylor. Batting seventh and catching, number 28, Logan Brown. Batting eighth, the second baseman, number 17, J.J. Cruz. Batting ninth, the third baseman, number 35, Josh Gibson. Pitching the series finale for the Evansville Otters, right-handed pitcher, number 36, Landon Williman. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, would you please rise and remove your caps as we honor America's freedom, those who now protect it, and pay tribute to those who have made the ultimate sacrifice with the singing of our national anthem today, performed by Tony Baxton.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, or the ramparts that we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare bombs bursting in gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and the home of the brave. Let's go, Otters.
Welcome into historic Bossy Field for the rubber match between the Evansville Otters and the Windy City Thunderbolts. Hello, everybody. I'm Lucas Macklin, alongside my partner, Riley Angel, and we are getting ready for what should be an exciting finale to this three-game series.
And you really hope for Evansville that they come out here and Williman's able to set the tone early. And since you only have 7, if you get a couple of runs in the first inning, in the second inning, then all of a sudden that deflates the opponent because there's such little time to mount that comeback that you would need if you're able to score a couple in the early going.
Mentioned that Landon Williman on the mound. Behind the plate is Logan Brown. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call 812-475-9000. Otters are out in defense with their white jerseys. The Thunderbolts wearing their South Side jerseys, although it's hard to see them. So that report comes from the sources telling us that it's the South Side jerseys. It's a dark gray with a dark blue with the lettering. And again, it's one of those things where you have to kind of be close to see it, but it is distinctual for the Chicago-based team.
Something like that. I mean, it's... When you rate jerseys on a difficulty to read scale, I mean, this has to be one of the hardest to read jerseys I've ever seen in my life.
The Otters, one of 2 games about to start up in the back end of the day. The other one, the Joliet Slammers versus Washington Wild Things. That one's obviously big. Mentioned earlier, Florence beat Lake Erie. Schaumburg taking down Mississippi. 3 Rivers taking down Ottawa. Gateway defeating New York. Quebec beating Sussex County. And then Down East barely getting by New Jersey. The only other game going on currently besides Joliet, and then this one here, is Brockton versus Tri-City, where Brockton leads 3-2 there in the third. So it's Jalen Greer who will lead us off, fresh off his 3-hit game. And we'll see if Williman can do something here to get this guy out. He's been hot. Now first pitch taken high. First pitch will be a ball to start this game.
83 degrees, mostly sunny, slightly humid.
Works quickly. Here's the next pitch into Greer. Swings through that one, evens it back up at 1-1. It's a sunny day here after a couple of days with a lot of rain and very nice weather, and hopefully some of this weather stays throughout the next week at least. Next pitch into Greer is taken for a strike, and he gets ahead 1-2.
And I'm perfectly fine to welcome humidity and clouds if it's not raining.
Williman, 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Greer holds up, count evens up at 2-2. Greer sat game 1 of the series, then started the game yesterday and finished it today. That one is laced into right field. On his way back is Benson. He's going to go all the way to the track, but bring it in for out number 1. That one was hit hard off the bat, 101, but thankfully right to the glove of JT Benson. Next up is Michael Sandel. Otters have struggled to get him out in this series. He awaits the first pitch, takes it for a strike, and Williman starts ahead 0-1.
This is a lot of what we saw from Williman against Lake Erie, just pounding the zone with a fastball early, working quickly as well.
Works quickly, checked his swing, and he didn't go, says the first base umpire today, Max Langley. So count evens up at 1-1. Sandel reached as high as AAA in the Astros system. Now the 1-1 pitch just misses high. Pulled the string a little bit. Count moves to 2-1. Joined Gateway last year, only played in 7 games with them, and joined Windy City for this season. Takes that pitch, and now Williman behind 3-1 on Michael Sandel, who drew 2 walks in the first game, or in the second game rather of the series, but the one that finished today. Now the 3-1 pitch. Chopper just past the right side of the infield, and a 1-out base knock will
Batting third.
bring up the right fielder, Dakota Katowski.
Dakota Katowski.
And you're going to get ones like that every once in a while when you play a pull shift against a guy like Sandel. Mentioned it in the first game. These are professional hitters. They know what it takes to go the opposite way. And if you're playing straight up, that's a out all the way. But Sandel able to beat the shift there against the Otters.
So now it's Katowski as Willman for the first time today will work from the stretch. First pitch, pulled the string, got him out in front. Gets ahead 0-1. Katowski had that long home run in game one. Also drew a run in with a RBI double. Takes that pitch just high. Count evens up at 1-1. But in game two, the series went 0-4 with a strikeout. So it seems the highs and lows of a guy like Katowski, who enters this game with a .218 batting average. 1-1 pitch, laced through the hole in the left side of the infield. So back-to-back base knocks. We'll bring up Jose Kerpa, who's situated in the 4-hole today.
Batting fourth at second base to Jose Kerpa.
Kerpa started as the leadoff hitter in game one, then sat in game two. He went 0-4, but did come around to score when he reached via an error. Now as he stands in the right-handed batter's box as the 4-hole hitter, awaits the first pitch from Williman. That one misses low, and now he has to work from behind Kerpa 1-0. Kerpa enters with a .238 batting average, a former Arizona Diamondback minor leaguer. He takes that pitch in the zone, and count evens up at 1-1. Kerpa spent 5 seasons in the D-backs organization. Now the 1-1 pitch in from Williman. That one misses away and works behind 2-1 now. Williman looks into Logan Brown and comes set from the stretch. The 2-1 pitch. Chopper, another one that just gets by the infield. They're going to send the runner Sandel home, and no throw, and a throw into second is going to get Katowski. It took too big of a turn. So the run does score, but the Otters get an out with the base running mistake from Dakota Katowski. And now there are 2 away with a runner on first for the left fielder, or for the catcher, Kyle Harbison.
That's a huge break for Evansville right there, able to get one out. Heads up play from Benson, not immediately trying to gun it for home because that runner was going to score anyway. Going to second to Katowski, who made a real big base running mistake. We'll see if now Evansville can take advantage and get out of this, only surrendering 1.
So 3 straight hits and a run. Now the first pitch into Harbison swings through that one for a strike, starts behind 0-1. And all of the hits so far weren't above the infield by any means, just finding holes in the infield. Next pitch, runner takes off, throw to second. It's going to skip, it's going to be in time, but the swing move isn't enough. And Cruz able to get the tag on Jose Kerpa. So 3 hits in the inning for the Thunderbolts. Give a run, but a couple of base running mistakes gets the Otters out of the inning, only surrendering 1. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VANDCasa.com.
Welcome back into historic Bossy Field as the Otters gonna have to fight from behind early here as they trail 1-0 in the bottom half of the first inning. It's Bryce Helgeth on the mound for Windy City. Behind the plate is Kyle Harbison. That pitcher and catcher battery, as always, is sponsored by the Ansett Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Ansett Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. So as Helgeth finishes up his warm-ups, he will face Dennis Pierce, the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, who did get Game 2 off, but in Game 1 led off the game with a hard ground out to short, and we'll see what he does here. So Helgeth will work from the stretch. First pitch is outside, and Pierce will start ahead 1-0.
Pierce, a guy that has looked good offensively, especially in his first two games against Lake Erie. A double, a homer, a triple for him.
The 1-0 pitch swung through that one, and count evens up at 1-1. That one was at 91 miles per hour up in the zone. Next pitch in is taken for a strike, and Pierce starts behind 1-2. It's 22 strikeouts and 24 2/3 innings for Helgeth. Also has 12 walks. Now, next pitch runs high, and count evens up at 2-2. Pierce went 0 for 3 in Game 1 of this series. 2-2 pitch swung through that one in the dirt. The catcher Harbison applies the tag, and a quick out number 1 for Helgeth will lead to the center fielder Graham Brown.
The center fielder, number 24, Graham Brown.
Brown steps into the right-handed batter's box. Knocked a single in the first inning of Game 1, but came up hitless in his next 2 at-bats, and then sat Game 2 of the series. Fouls that first pitch overhead, an overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Now the 0-1 pitch laced on the ground directly to Kerpa, who will take it in and lob it over to first for out number 2. And now it will be up to Benson to try to extend this first inning.
The right fielder, number 9, J.T. Benson.
Benson homered in Game 1, was hit by a pitch in Game 2. He was the final batter of the game before the game was called last night. Swung through that one and starts behind 0-1. He also drew a walk earlier as well. Now the 0-1 pitch finds a zone and is quickly behind 0-2. Now the 0-2 pitch. That one is a looper in the air towards right, and shallow right field will be brought in by Kerpa for out number 3. So the Otters go down in order. They trail 1-0 as we head to the second. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
As we enter the second inning, it'll be the catcher Kyle Harbison to lead it off. He was at the plate when Jose Kerpo was thrown out on the steal, so it was 3 hits and a run in that first inning, but Willman only faced 4 batters because of a couple base running mistakes for Windy City.
And at that point, that's huge for Evansville, especially the way they just went down in the bottom half of the first. And a guy like Williman, who pitches to contact, who's going to give up a lot of contact, a lot of balls on the ground, as we saw in that first inning, you really hope that some of those breaks go for you when this guy starts. And getting a caught stealing on a great throw from Logan Brown, and Katowski just making a really bad mistake at second, that helps a lot, and hopefully Williman's able to come in here and kind of settle in a little bit. Continue to pitch to contact. Don't worry about it too much, as all 3 of those hits were on the ground against shifts, and 1 was in a hole. So those things happen. Williman needs to know that. Keep doing what he's doing, and he will be A-okay.
So Harbison steps into the right-handed batter's box. He started in game 1, went 2 for 3 with a home run. Also got a bunt single, and then sat game 2. And now awaits the first pitch. He squares around a bunt, pulls it back, but it's in there for a strike. So it worked in game 1 of the series when he achieved a bunt single and squared there, but pulled it back. Now the 0-1 pitch. That bender just misses outside. Count evens up at 1-1.
It's a really good pitch, though. If you hit a spot, you were just really hoping for a swing and miss.
1-1, squares the bunt again, but pulls it back, but it's in the zone. And now he's behind 1-2.
Dot. Down and away, perfect pitch there on the fastball.
Willman's gone down and away all 3 pitches. Now the 1-2 pitch. That one's up, and it's popped up. Slicing into foul territory to be L.J. Jones, who will get under it and bring it in for out number 1. So another quick out for Landon Willman. Did the same thing in the first inning, but then gave up 3 straight hits. See if he can try to keep this out streak going here. It'll be Oscar Serratos to meet him next. Now the first pitch is in there for a strike. Starts ahead 0-1. Works quickly from the windup. The 0-1 pitch finds a zone, and he's quickly ahead 0-2 of Serratos. The 0-2, that one is fouled off to the right if he stays alive. Serratos, one of the only Windy City Thunderbolts to not have a hit so far in this series. The 0-2 chopped him off himself, and we'll do it again. 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts for Serratos so far. Now Willman, the 0-2 pitch, once again into Serratos. Swing and miss for strike 3. A German American Bank strikeout, his first of the game. And with 2 away, it'll be Christian Kazimka up next.
And if Willman can start mixing in those swings and misses, those strikeouts with the weak contact he induces, it's going to be really good for Evansville. Again, looked really good against Lake Erie. Only had 1 strikeout there, already getting his first one here in the second inning. That's big.
Now the first pitch into Kazimka is taken for a strike, and he starts ahead 0-1. Works quickly, and he's ahead 0-2 on a taken strike. Kazimka went 1 for 4 in game 1 of the series, and then he sat in game 2. Also came around to score in that game. Now the 0-2 pitch into the DH. Taken just wide of the zone. Now it's at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, he fouled that one off. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Choose the best, never regret it.
Kind of just flung his bat out there to stay alive. Now the 1-2 pitch once again. Chopper, he fouled that off himself as well. And we'll do 1-2 again. Kazimka coming in with a 167 batting average, trying to find his way into a rhythm. 1-2 pitch once again, swung on a miss, 4-3, another German-American bank strikeout. And the Otters, after giving up a run in the first inning, Willman goes 1-2-3 in the second. They still trail 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the second. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
As we head to the bottom of the second inning, the Otters trail 1-0 here on this fantastic Sunday evening after the Otters finished off game 1 of the series earlier with a 3-0 victory. They'll have to work from behind in this one. It's a 7-inning game after we finished the game 2 earlier. And you mentioned it being a 7-inning game, so jumping ahead early could be big. But now that you're trailing, obviously trying to get back as quickly as you can is important.
Yeah, huge. And now, since we're down, you really hope that this offense can wake up. We're only in the second inning, so plenty of time at this point. But boy, it runs out quick. If you still trail 1-0 as we head to the fourth and fifth, that's when you start to panic a little bit. But here in the second, just chip away, have some good at-bats, give yourself an opportunity to score.
First pitch into Paven Parks is taken for a ball as he starts ahead 1-0. Next pitch in the dirt, so Paven Parks starts ahead 2-0. Helgeff, the longest he went was 6 innings. Other than that, hasn't gone more than 5. Or hasn't even gone at least 5. But again, his first 5 appearances of the season were out of the bullpen. And now the 2-0 pitch. Fouled that one off, does Paven. Count moves to 2-1. The big left-handed hitting Paven Parks with a 2-1 count. His OBP up to 355. Takes that pitch high and count moves to 3-1. Now the 3-0 pitch. That one's roped into right center field. That one is carrying to the wall. It's going to be off the base of the wall. That's going to be a leadoff double for the Evansville Otters as they try to get that run back. A Deerhead double-decker double to lead off the inning for Paven Parks. It will lead to L.J. Jones as he steps into the right-handed batter's box.
High 80s fastball there, left middle. Paven did not miss it. 106 off the bat for Paven. I think that's probably his hardest hit ball all year. He smoked that baseball into right center.
And now it leads to L.J. Jones as he watches the first pitch, low and away for a ball. Jones went 1 for 3 in game 2. Now the 1-0 pitch runs outside, and he's ahead 2-0. The Otters left 8 runners on base in Game 2. They did still win 3-0, but you really want to try to get some runners in here. That one is lifted high into the air into left field. It's going to send Serratos back just in front of the track, but he'll bring it in. Parks will tag and take third, sliding in there just in time as Parks steals third base essentially, and now with 1 away, and it will bring up Keenan Taylor with a chance to get that tying run in.
Boy, that is an aggressive play from Pavin over there at third. He was just barely in there on the foot first slide. Ended up being a good decision, and now with only 1 away, you have a runner just 90 feet away. All you want Keenan to do at this point is put it in the air.
So Keenan Taylor steps in with the infield now playing in. He'll watch the first pitch outside for a ball, starts ahead 1-0. Mentioned that Keenan Taylor hit the ball hard a lot in Game 1. Drew a walk and came around to score in Game 2. But still looking for his first hit of the series. He watches that one, just catches the outside part of the zone as it evens up at 1-1. Now the 1-1 pitch. He checked his swing, but he did go on a pitch that was low and away, and now all of a sudden he has to work from behind 1-2. Taylor came into this series with a .622 slugging percentage. That leading the Otters with 5 home runs, 7 doubles, and a triple. Also has a team-leading 21 RBIs. Now the 1-2 pitch. That one is foul-tipped into the glove of Harbison. So a huge out number 2, but it leads to the hottest hitter wearing an Honors uniform right now, Logan Brown.
I don't think you'd want anyone else up in this situation with 2 outs and runner on third. He 3 for 3 with a couple of doubles in the game earlier. 2 hits in the game earlier today.
Now the first pitch. Takes a hack at it, but fouls it off himself and starts behind 0-1. His 1-out, 2 RBI double that came with the bases loaded broke the 0-0 tie earlier and was the big difference maker in the eventual 3-0 win for the Otters. And now a chance to bring that tying run home from third, but it's going to require a base hit. And now the 0-1 pitch. He chops that one towards second. Kerpa is going to take it in on a hop and throw it over to first in time for out number 3. So the Otters threaten but can't score. They still trail by 1 as we head to the third. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND-CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org.
Applause to David Parks.
We're through 2. The Otters trailing by 1 here in historic Bosse Field. Landon Wellman looked a bit shaky there in inning 1, but came back strong in inning 2, setting them down 1-2-3.
Yes, he kept a really good pace throughout that inning, continued to work quickly, and just didn't let anyone get comfortable in the box. Struck out 2. Hopefully he continues to do great things here against 8, 9, and 1 in this order.
It'll be David Mayberry to meet him first, followed by Garrett Broussard and Jalen Greer for the Thunderbolts. Paven Parks making his start at short. He hasn't played a ton of short this year. Only a 6th start there, but he played a lot of shortstop for them last year. And found out before the game, this will be Paven Park's 400th career professional baseball game. He's played a ton of baseball, and again, came in last year as quickly made it apparent he was one of the best hitters on this team. And Mayberry watches the first pitch in there for a strike. He starts behind 0-1. That leadoff double, stole third on that fly ball, but couldn't come around to score in the last inning. Now Williman pitches that one as it stays high and away. Count moves to 1-1. And that one's chopped towards short. Paven on his horse, throw over to first in time. Great stretch by L.J. Jones to make the play and bring it in for out number 1.
That's a tough play for Paven there, ranging up the middle, fielding it, having to throw it across his body while on the move instead of setting his feet. Good stretch, as you mentioned, by LJ over at first to make sure that throw didn't go wide to get the force out.
So a quick out number 1 will lead to Garrett Broussard. He's the 9-hole hitter in this game for the Thunderbolts. He lifts that first pitch high in the air into left field. Taylor on his way back. Scratch that. Pierce on his way back will bring it in a couple of steps in front of the warning track for out number 2. So a couple of first pitch outs for Williman there. And he'll bring up the shortstop, Jalen Greer. That was an off-speed pitch. He left middle, and Broussard hit it hard, but right to the left fielder, Pierce. As first pitch into Greer is taken high for a ball, starts ahead 1-0. That's a bender that finds the corner of the zone. Count evens up at 1-1. Mentioned that Greer, a couple of hits last game. 3 hits last game, matter of fact. That bender runs inside. Count moves to 2-1. Back in the leadoff spot here. Did fly out his first time up. Now the 2-1 pitch. Checked his swing and went, says the first base umpire, Max Langley. Count evens up at 2-2. Now from the windup, the 2-2 pitch. That one's hit hard and pretty deep into right field. Benson on his way back. He's going to leap at the wall and bring it in. JT Benson takes a hit away. And Williman, for the second straight inning, goes 1-2-3 as the Otters come back with their bats in the bottom of the third. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
J.J. Cruz will step up to meet Helgeth here in the third inning as the Otters trail 1-0 in this special Father's Day edition of Otters Baseball, a tailor-made golf ball giveaway at the ballpark today in this dog days of summer. And again, special Father's Day game. Got to finish the second game from last night earlier today where the Otters took a 3-0 victory. And now they trail 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the third of this 7-inning game. J.J. Cruz, the first to meet Helgeth here. Otters threatened in the last inning with a Paven Parks double. Advanced into third with only one away, but unfortunately couldn't bring them in, so now they're going to have to try to reset themselves and get something going here in the third. Now the first pitch in from Helgeth is taken for a ball, and Cruz starts ahead of him 1-0. Now the 1-0 pitch. Cruz fouls that one back. Count evens up at 1. Cruz in the left-handed batter's box awaiting the 1-1 pitch. He fouls that one back into the crowd. And now he's to fight from behind 1-2. Bryce Helgeth on the mound, played 4 seasons with Dayton before playing his final season with Central Michigan. Then joined Windy City after his collegiate career last year and is back with them for another year. That pitch swung on a miss for strike 3. Cruz goes down swinging, and the first out for the Otters here will lead to Josh Gibson.
Batting ninth, the third baseman, number 35, Josh Gibson.
Gibson made his first appearance as an Otter back in Game 1 of this series. He went 0 for 2, but did draw. He went 0 for 1, rather. Only went to the plate twice, but did draw a walk. And now the first pitch he takes just high. Starts ahead 1-0. Helgeth has worked quickly so far in this one. Only 29 pitches so far. Now the 1-0 pitch. He takes low. Count moves to 2-0. Only blemish so far in the day for Helgeth was the Paven Parks double. Other than that, the Otters have not managed to get a hit. Gibson takes that one low, and quickly he's ahead 3-0. Helgeth back on the mound. He looks in and comes set and will deliver the 3-0 pitch. And that one's taken just on the inside corner for a strike. Gets back in the count. It's now at 3-1. Now the 3-1 delivery is taken outside for ball 4, so a walk for Josh Gibson with 1 away will bring up the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Dennis Pierce.
Got to take advantage of a walk to the 9-hole hitter in your lineup. If you're Evansville, hopefully Dennis is able to step up here in the right-handed side and put one in a hole somewhere, find some outfield grass.
Now it's Pierce, who did strike out in his first at-bat. The first pitch, he takes low for a ball. Pierce still searching for his first hit of the series after getting 3 of them, all of them being extra base hits in the series against Lake Erie. The 1-0 delivery is taken outside for a ball. Count is at 2-0. Pierce just finished up his 2025 season with East Stroudsburg with a .368 batting average and 19 home runs. Now there's going to be a meeting at the mound between the coach and catcher, as well as obviously the pitcher Helgeth. Last couple of batters, Helgeth struggling to find the zone. A 5-pitch walk to Gibson. Now 2 straight pitches off the plate to Dennis Pierce, so just trying to reset his pitcher. Obviously, it's early, but Dennis Pierce has done really well at making a good first impression for this team.
He really has. He obviously showed off the slugging in that series against Lake Erie. And again, it's another bat that Evansville really likes to have, especially in the outfield. And with the outfield being the way it is, that's why you're seeing guys like Graham Brown and Keenan Taylor maybe start to get some infield reps later. But I think that's a good problem to have if you're Evansville.
So the count at 2-0. And Pierce awaits the pitch. That one runs inside, and now the count's at 3-0. That pitch ran inside. I think more inside than what Harbison wanted. Almost dropped the ball, but still brought it in. So now the 3-0 pitch in to the right-handed hitting Pierce. That one's way outside for ball 4. So a couple of walks in this inning for Helgeth. And with one away, after that Deer Head Sidewalk Cafe and Bar, it'll bring up Graham Brown to the plate.
This is where you need to get something going. A guy struggling in this inning, you can't just let him escape when allowing 2 walks to a 9-hole hitter and then your leadoff guy when you have the big boys coming up now.
It's Graham Brown awaiting the first pitch from Bryce Helgeth. He swings at that pitch up in the zone and starts behind 0-1. Went first pitch hunting there, but came up empty. Now the 0-1 pitch to the former Chanticleer. He fouls that one off as he'll have to fight from behind 0-2. He calls time. Graham Brown's Coastal Carolina Chanticleers getting ready to play their second College World Series game. They've won 23 straight games. It's a very impressive run for Coastal Carolina this year. And now the 0-2 pitch is high. A throw back over to first, not in time. Tried to catch Pierce napping over at first, but he's able to get back in time.
It's another one that's a little too close for comfort over there, Pierce. Had to go sprinting back to the bag to get back there safely. Good awareness by Harbison behind the dish.
Now the count at 1-2. Helgeth sets and delivers. That bender runs low. Count evens up at 2-2. Graham Brown with 20 RBIs on the year, just trailing Keenan Taylor by 1. But now with a chance to try to add to that with a couple of runners on and 1 away. There's a 2-2 pitch. That one's hit up the middle. The shortstop tossed to second for 1. Throw to first is in time for out number 3. A brutal double play for the Otters there as they still trail by 1. They can't take advantage of a couple of walks from the pitcher Helgeth. We head to the 4th. Otters trail 1-0. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org.
Well, Landon Willman out there for his 4th inning of work. He set down the Thunderbolts 3 up, 3 down the last couple of innings. Looks to try to do the same here as the Otters still trail 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Willman just has to take that mentality where I'm going to put this team on my back right now. He's got to go out there, realize that he's getting dueled right now, and he needs to get out and get out quickly, hopefully gain some momentum for his team so the offense can go up there and do their job in the bottom half of innings.
First to meet him will be Michael Sandel as he awaits the umpire's go-ahead to step into the right-handed batter's box. We just saw a fantastic display, the Father's Day edition of the Otter Bells dance. I got to tell you, I couldn't do what those guys did out there.
No, I would have refused probably.
So now Sando steps into the box and awaits the first pitch from Willman. He takes that one inside. He starts ahead 1-0. Sando jumps back in quickly and awaits the 1-0 pitch. Takes that one just high. Count moves to 2-0. Mentioned earlier that Sandals had such a fantastic week. Couple of home runs. He's been hitting the ball hard. And now watches that one for a strike. Count moves to 2-1. And done more of the same so far in this series. Drew 2 walks and 4 plate appearances in the game earlier today. Now the 2-1 pitch. He swings through that one. Didn't mean to, though. Count evens up at 2-2. In game 1, went 2 for 3, scored a couple of runs, and also drew another walk. He's been a tough out so far for the Otters. But now the 2-2 pitch, that one's way out, and count runs full. Sandal got the hitting going in that first inning. And now laced that one up the middle, just past the glove of Paven Parks. And a leadoff base knock from Michael Sandal will lead to Dakota Katowski.
This is the part of the lineup that got to him in that first inning with 3 straight hits. See if Williman kind of changes the approach here a little bit. Definitely against Katowski. You want to pitch around to this guy. We saw that in game 1. He did go 0 for 4 earlier, but you really hope that they're able to get this guy out and get a couple more.
So now Willman from the stretch. The first pitch into Katowski is taken for a ball. Starts behind him 1-0. This 2-3-4, the only part of the lineup with hits so far. Now the 1-0 pitch. Swings through that one. Count evens up at 1-1. Katowski singled back in the first inning. He was thrown out after he took too big of a turn at second. The throw in from JT Benson that got the second out of the inning then. And quick check over at first, but nothing doing of Sandal. Next pitch runs outside. Count moves to 2-1. Sandal with six stolen base attempts on the year. He's been caught a couple of times. That pitch in the dirt bounces way up. That bounces all the way out of play. Talk about a wild pitch.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like that.
We've had overhead foul balls, but that's an overhead passed ball. And now the count at 3-1. He tries to get it out here. That one finds, no, that one just outside for ball 4, so now a walk to Katowski. And with no one out, runners on first and second, it will bring up Jose Kerpa. And now Max Peterson's going to walk out as he at least going to have a conversation there with Willman.
And with how short these games are, I mean, the leash is going to be shorter for these starting pitchers if they get in trouble than what it usually would be. I don't expect them to make a change here as Griff Hughes just now getting loose in the Otters pen. But you'd really like Williman to get a quick out here and give himself at least a chance to get out of this inning unscathed. But again, I mean, this is the part of the lineup that really got to him that first time around.
The 2-3-4 hitters are all, it's 4 for 4 now with a walk. Other than that, not a single hit or walk given up to anyone else in the lineup. But Kerpa also got a hit in that first inning. Then he was thrown out stealing. Now Willman, with a couple of runners on, delivers the first pitch into Kerpa, who squares on a bunt, pops that one up. That one is going to be brought in by the third baseman, Gibson. And a quick out number 1 as the bad bunt from Kerpa bails out the Otters there.
That is much needed right there. That was huge. I mean, just an execution mistake from Kerpa, but it's perfect for the Otters because now all you need is a ground ball, and you're probably out of the inning. And that's what Wilman's really good at inducing, is ground balls.
So it's Kyle Harbison as he steps to the plate. The Otters in double play depth. The first pitch is taken just low as Harbison starts ahead 1-0. Harbison, the former Indiana State Sycamore, awaits the 1-0 pitch. That one in the dirt. That was going to get by Logan Brown, and both runners are going to advance. That one also got out of play, but not overhead. Went into the Otters dugout. We've seen Wilman pull a couple of those off-speed pitches. Just seems like he doesn't have the release timing down right now.
And some of that can be trying to overthrow it, overspin the ball, which makes it go across your body more when you fall forward and you just yank it.
So now a 2-0 count here to Kyle Harbison with the infield playing in. He delivers that pitch in there for a strike, gets back into the count. Now at 2-1. Harbison in his 18th game of the year. Awaiting the 2-1 pitch. He swings through that off-speed pitch, and now it counts back at 2-2. And if Wilman can make a good pitch here and get that strikeout, that would be huge to potentially get out of this inning unharmed. Wilman looks into Brown and comes set as he delivers the 2-2 pitch. That one is strikeout looking for Landon Wilman. Gets Harbison with a German-American Bank strikeout and a huge out number 2 as Wilman tries to get out of this inning unharmed.
Here comes Max Peterson, and maybe they just really liked that matchup against Harbison, and he did his job, but we're going to get a new pitcher.
So Max Peterson goes out and gets Wilman. When we come back, it'll be Griff Hughes as he tries to get the Otters out of this inning. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
Griff Hughes in and looks to strand a couple of runners, both in scoring position. He has been one of, if not the best arm out of the bullpen for the Otters. Comes in with a 2.95 ERA and 18 1/3 innings pitched.
He's also a guy that can give you multiple innings. He can give you some length. So hopefully after he gets out of this jam, he can give you also the 5th and maybe the beginning part of the 6th. And with how good he's been, I think this is a perfect spot for him.
Hughes also a guy who just doesn't really walk anybody. He has 26 strikeouts to 3 walks on the year. And he will face Oscar Serratos as he steps into the right-handed batter's box with runners on second and third and 2 away, with the Thunderbolts already leading 1-0. Hughes now comes set and will deliver the first pitch into the left fielder. It's in there for a strike. Starts ahead 0-1. Great sign for Hughes there as he gets ahead on a beautifully placed pitch in the upper corner. Now he comes set and delivers the 0-1 pitch. That one runs a little bit too much inside, and count evens up at 1-1. The southpaw comes set and will deliver the 1-1 pitch. Pulled the string, got him out in front. Count moves to 1-2. Hughes in his second season with the Otters after pitching to a 3.07 ERA last year. And now the 1-2 pitch. Swung on a miss for strike three. A huge German-American baked strikeout strands a couple of runners in scoring position. And now the Otters will come back to bat in the bottom of the fourth inning, still trailing by one. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the top of the fourth inning. 1-0 Windy City currently. See what happens here is Evansville is in JT Benson, Pavin Parks, LJ Jones to the plate. Lucas is currently helping with some video board stuff, so I'm here just for the very beginning of this fourth inning. Here he comes. But Helgev has done well. Lucas, I'll hand it off to you.
Yeah, he's done a good job at working through some traffic. As the fourth inning comes around. Again, a 7-inning game here in historic Bosse Field, so the Otters need to get some runs here quickly. Again, they only trail by one, so there's still a shot for them to make this comeback, but only one hit. Got a couple of walks in the last inning, but they were killed off by a double play. And now it's JT Benson. First pitch, he watches that one for a strike, starts behind 0-1. Thank you so much for joining us on this Sunday evening edition of Otters Baseball. The 0-1 pitch laced down the line. That's going to get, they're going to call that foul. Oof. That was a tough call there by the third base umpire, Jose Navas. Looked like it potentially landed fair, but called foul, and now Benson will have to work from behind 0-2. Benson calls time as he tries to reset himself, and he'll step back into the box. Now the 0-2 pitch. He watches that one out and away. Count moves to 1-2. Benson has been so good at getting on base. Came in this series with a .422 on-base percentage, but swings through that off-speed pitch and goes down swinging. And with one away, it'll lead to Pavin Parks.
The shortstop, number 11, Pavin Parks.
Parks with the lone hit in the game so far for the Otters. A double back in the second inning. Got to third with only one away, but wasn't able to come around to score. He watches the first pitch for a strike, starts behind 0-1. Couple of home runs over the last week for Pavin Parks. He's found his power. And now the 0-1 pitch, he watches low and away. Count evens up at 1-1. That double off the bat at 106. The left-handed hitting Pavin Parks, the 1-1 pitch, that's fouled back. And now he has to work from behind 1 and 2. Parks played 2 seasons with Kent State. Played a little bit with the Tigers in rookie ball. And now the 1-2 pitch. He watches in the dirt. Count evens up at 2 and 2. The Otters trailing 1-0 here in the bottom of the 4th inning as they try to win the series against Windy City after taking game 2 earlier 3-0. But still searching for that first run. Now the 2-2 pitch. That one's ripped down the line, but foul, and we'll do 2 and 2 again. Paven last year with a .283 batting average, 9 home runs, and 11 doubles. That pitch inside, and count runs full. That double earlier, only his 3rd on the season, but again, we've seen him hit the ball hard a lot this year, and especially as of late. Now Helge set the payoff pitch. That one is fouled off, and Paven in a great battle here with 1 away. Count still full as Helgeth comes set and delivers. He watches that one low for ball 4, so the 3rd walk of the evening for Bryce Helgeth. A Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar. And with 1 away, LJ Jones comes to the plate.
First baseman, number 20, LJ Jones.
Jones hit the ball hard deep into left last time. We'll get the slow walk out there from the manager, and he will go get his reliever. And when we come back, we'll have more on that pitcher. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
New pitcher on the mound for the Thunderbolts is Carson Plumidor. Behind the plate, still Kyle Harbison. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. So Plumidor making his 2nd appearance on the year. He went 2 innings, gave up 2 runs on 2 hits, a walk, and 2 strikeouts. Also gave up a home run in his debut. Just finished up his collegiate career at Georgia Southwestern. He had a 3.24 ERA in his final year in 41 2/3 innings. A true reliever. First to face him will be LJ Jones. Mentioned he flew out deep to left field last time. And now awaits the first pitch from Plumidor. Takes the first pitch for a strike. Starts behind 0-1. Plumidor with a little bit of a sidearm action out of his delivery. Now the 0-1 pitch finds the bottom corner of the zone, and LJ Jones have to battle from behind 0-2.
Yeah, it's about that 6 o'clock arm slot when you're watching him. So it's certainly an adjustment that these hitters for Evansville are going to have to make coming off of Helgath.
So with Jones down 0-2 with a runner on first and one away, here comes the pitch. He watches that one go way high. Holds off. The count runs to 1-2. Plumidor set, delivers the 1-2 pitch into LJ Jones. That one runs outside, and count went from 0-2 to 2-2. Saw a great battle from Paven Parks as he worked a walk, and now LJ Jones doing the same after going down 0-2. The next pitch, that one runs inside, count runs full. Now the payoff pitch to LJ Jones. That one is fouled off, and we'll do it again. Counts full to LJ Jones with one away here in the bottom of the fourth inning. It's the Otters trailing 1-0. It's 4 hits and a run for Windy City and 1 hit with no runs for Evansville, but they have drawn 3 walks. And now the full count pitch runs low and another walk. We'll bring runners to first and second with 1 away. Another Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar. We'll bring Keenan Taylor to the plate.
I mean, you have to do something here. This is the second inning in a row where you've had an opportunity with 2 straight walks. And with Keenan Taylor up, I mean, something has to give here. Evansville needs one to score in this inning.
Plumidor will deliver the first pitch to Taylor. Runs inside. It's going to get away from the catcher Harbison, but not far enough for any of the runners to advance. So still runners on first and second with 1 away, and now we're going to get Harbison going out to talk with Plumidor. Plumidor got 2 straight strikes on LJ Jones before eventually losing him on a walk. And now starts off Keenan Taylor with a first pitch ball. And now the 1-0 pitch into Keenan Taylor is lifted high in the air to deep left field. That one is back, and it is long gone. And the Otters jump out in front 3-1. Who else but Keenan Taylor is team leading 6th home run of the year as he turns this game on its head. 103 off the bat. So far, we can't even see how deep it went. And now it's Logan Brown as he tries to follow that up.
I mean, you give Keenan Taylor a down and in 84-mile-per-hour breaking ball that doesn't break, he's not going to miss it. That's a BP fastball to that guy, and he put that one in the parking lot down the left field line.
Hopefully there's not too many people parked out there. Now the first pitch into Logan Brown is taken for a ball, and he starts ahead 1-0.
Boy, and that is just the jolt that this team needed, and hopefully they can ride this one all the way through.
Now Brown on the ground towards second. It'll be Kerpa who brings it in, and a quick out number 2 after that explosion from Keenan Taylor. And it will lead to J.J. Cruz.
Second baseman, number 17, J.J. Cruz.
So Cruz will step into the right-handed batter's box. In the left-handed batter's box, rather. And he swings through that one and starts behind 0-1. At 76, pulled the string on him. And now the 0-1 pitch is ripped foul, and count moves to 0-2. So in the game earlier, it was the Logan Brown double that exploded the Otters for the lead. And here it's the Keenan Taylor 3-run shot. So it's really just been a couple of big hits for the Otters that have been the difference. But with the way the pitching has gone so far, that's all they've needed. And now the 0-2 pitch. That one is fouled back overhead. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Heads Construction, choose the best, never regret it.
So Cruz still trying to work behind 0-2. Here is the pitch. It runs outside. Count moves to 1-2. Next pitch in from Plumidor is fouled off as Cruz has a battle going.
An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Next 1-2 pitch, swung on a missed for strike 3, so Cruz goes down swinging. But the Otters put 3 on the board with a 3-run home run from Keenan Taylor. They lead for the first time today with a 3-1 lead as we head to the 5th. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WIIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Brand new ball game here as we head to the 5th inning. The Buffalo Wild Wings 5th inning, by the way. All you can eat wings and fries back at Buffalo Wild Wings, Monday through Thursday, now including traditional wings. That's right, all the wings and fries you can eat with your favorite sauce, just $19.99 for boneless and $24.99 for traditional wings. So get all the heavy hitters together and head to Buffalo Wild Wings, Mondays through Thursdays, for a limited time, dine and only, at either Evansville locations, 545 Pearl Drive and 715 North Green River Road for details. Griff Hughes back on the mound, starts with a called strike 1. Now working with a lead is Hughes. The lanky, tall left-hander. The 0-1 pitch. That one's laced right to the third baseman, Gibson. Handles it, long throw to first in time for out number 1. The first time we're seeing Josh Gibson at the hot corner, and he handles the first hard-hit ball very well.
And that one was sinking quickly, took a real bad hop back up towards his chest. Got it up, scooped it, made sure it didn't fall in front of him, and threw a bullet over to first to L.J. Jones. Good play for his first action over there.
So now it's David Mayberry. First pitch in from Hughes is taken just outside for ball 1. So Hughes going to have to work from behind Mayberry now. Now he sets and delivers the 1-0 pitch. That one is hit hard, but foul and overhead. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. We've got a final with the Central Division. Washington won 8-7 over Joliet in their game that they finished from yesterday. So they had to do something similar as the Otters did today. That next pitch runs high, count moves to 2-1. So Washington picking up a couple of wins against Joliet. They've just started their third game with Joliet up 1-0. Count at 2-1 now for Mayberry. He delivers and swings through that one, and count evens up at 2-2. Mayberry 0 for 1 on the day, looking for his first hit. Waits the 2-2 pitch. That one's a chopper up the middle. It's a soft roller, and Pavin and J.J. Cruz couldn't decide who to get it. And Mayberry will get to first safely. It was a broken bat, though. So get your new lumber at Niehaus Lumber. And with one away, it will lead to the 9-hole hitter, Garrett Broussard. That infield single would have been a tough play either way, but again, Pavin Parks and J.J. Cruz both coming in and kind of colliding there, and neither of them even getting a shot. So the first pitch into Broussard is taken for a strike. Beautifully placed on the inside part of the plate as Hughes starts ahead 0-1. Now Broussard awaits the 0-1 pitch from Griff Hughes. He takes that one for a strike, and now he's behind 0-2. And now quick time called from Broussard as Hughes tries to work around that infield single. Hughes looks into Brown and comes set and delivers the 0-2 pitch. That one is just a bit inside, and count moves to 1-2.
I like the attack here from Hughes. Every single pitch has gotten a little more in on him. Broussard likes to stand close to the plate, so see if he backs him off again here, still ahead in the count 1-2.
Next 1-2 pitch. Just missed on the inside part of the plate again, and that count moves to 2-2. So trying to attack the same spot as Hughes, but not getting the call there. Broussard has worked the count to 2-2, and now he awaits the pitch. He watches that one run a bit inside, and now the count runs full.
I mean, it's a consistent attack against this guy, in and then in and then in again. You almost wonder if now, given that he's 5 pitches into this at bat and he's seen 5 inside, if he goes a little bit more out.
Now the payoff pitch from the southpaw. Swung on a miss for strike 3. A German-American Bank strikeout, the second out of the inning. And with 2 away, it'll be up to the leadoff hitter, Jalen Greer, with the runner on first.
Who's your lottery strikeout batter of the game? The shortstop, 5, Jalen Greer.
Looks like we're going to get a pinch runner for the Thunderbolts. That's
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A pinch runner for Windy City at first base, 9, Grant Thurman.
It's going to be Grant Thurman who's going to come in and pinch run for David Mayberry. Assumedly, he will go play left field, and Serratos will come back and play first base, but obviously will be waiting to be seen. So the first pitch into Greer is taken for a strike. Starts ahead of Greer 0-1. With Thurman coming in to pinch run. Has not stolen a base in this young Thunderbolts career. Next pitch fouled off, and now Greer's behind 0-2. Thurman in his final season with Florida Southern did steal 46 bags and 52 attempts. So a guy who can steal bases, but with Greer behind 0-2, Hughes is going to try to get his guy. Now the 0-2 pitch. Chopper back up the mound. It's going to be a tough play for Hughes. He twists and throws and gets it in time for out number 3. So Hughes strands a runner at first. Otters still lead 3-1 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org.
So we were right. It'll be Thoroughman who goes and plays left. Serrato's back in to play first. And on the mound now, Dylan Savino, the new pitcher for the Thunderbolts. Behind the plate, still Kyle Harbison. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. So Dylan Savino making his 8th appearance of the year. He's pitched 11 innings. He's given up 15 runs, 13 of them earned. He's walked 9 and struck out 11. So guys struggled with control. He's given up quite a bit of runs, but obviously Windy City likes his stuff, so we'll see what he can do here. Still trying to keep this lead at 2 for Windy City. First pitch into Gibson. He squares around a bunt, but pulls it back. He starts ahead 1-0. This just the 4th plate appearance for Josh Gibson in his young Otters career. He awaits the 1-0 pitch. That one outside, count moves to 2-0. And in those 3 plate appearances, he's drawn 2 walks. So he's done a good job at getting on base so far. And now already ahead 2-0. Next pitch runs outside, and he's ahead 3-0. Savino comes set, delivering from the stretch. The 3-0 pitch. That one way outside for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk for Josh Gibson will lead off the inning and bring us back to the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Dennis Pierce. And we're going to get a quick mound visit after that 4-pitch walk.
Yeah, again, it's one for Windy City where you walk the 9-hole hitter. It's not something you want to do. You want to attack this guy so that you don't have a runner on base for the top of this order. But obviously, Gibson making that hard for these guys to do right now.
So as they talk on the mound, Dennis Pierce steps into the box. He's 0 for 1, drew a walk in his last at-bat. Struck out to lead off the game as we get some action over there in both bullpens.
For Evansville, it's Casey Delgado with these interesting jerseys. Can't quite tell for Windy City yet. Give me some time.
So the home plate umpire, Miguel Rivera Cruz, gets behind the plate. And now with Pierce stepping into the box. He awaits first pitch, but first, a check over at first on the runner Gibson. Now Savino set, delivers the first pitch to Pierce. That's way inside. Pierce had to do a dance to get out of the way, and he starts ahead 1-0. Josh Gibson over at first. Stole 25 bags and 30 attempts in his final season with LSU Shreveport. But with how wild Savino has been, we'll see if they want to send him. The 1-0 pitch is way outside for ball 2. At this point, it's make him throw a strike. Don't swing until he gives you one. Count at 2-0 for the leadoff hitter, Dennis Pierce. Savino set and delivers. Way outside again. Count at 3-0. So Savino's come in. He's pitched 7 straight balls off the plate. now the 3-0 pitch. That one, a bender, does find the zone eventually. Count moves to 3-1. The Otters have done a great job just being patient in this game. We got a time called as a ball gets away from the Thunderbolts bullpen. They've now drawn 5 walks. The Otters with 3 runs on 2 hits in this game. They got 3 runs last inning, only had 1 hit in the inning. That was the Keenan Taylor home run. Now the 3-1 pitch, chopper towards short. It's going to be brought in by Greer. He's going to take the throw to second in time for 1, but Pierce is going to beat it out easily. And so they get the lead runner at second with Pierce taking first base, and with 1 away, it'll be the center fielder Graham Brown as he searches for his first hit of the game.
Number 24, Graham Brown.
Yeah, Brown struggled a tad, but, you know, he's here for a reason. He has the numbers he has for a reason. Hopefully he can get something going here.
Now Savino delivers the first pitch, and that one just finds the outside part of the plate. He starts ahead 0-1 of Graham Brown. That pitch at 95 miles per hour. And now the next pitch to Graham Brown is taken outside for ball 1. Count evens up at 1-1. The 1-1 pitch to the Otters center fielder is a bender that finds the zone, and now Brown will have to work from behind 1 and 2. Pierce over at first base. In his college career, he stole 17 bags in 23 attempts. Now the 1-2 pitch. That one finds a zone on a backdoor two-seamer. And a strikeout of Graham Brown with 2 away will lead to JT Benson.
Right fielder, number 9, JT Benson.
And it looks like that might be it for the pitcher Dylan Savino, who struggled in this one to find the zone, but still did manage to get a couple of outs. And the Thunderbolts will go to the bullpen. When we're back, we'll have more on the new pitcher. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800. Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
Second new pitcher of the inning for the Thunderbolts in this one, in this 5th inning, is Trevin Reynolds. Reynolds on the mound. Behind the plate, Kyle Harbison. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. So Reynolds on the mound, making his 10th appearance of the year. He's pitched to a 1.32 ERA out of the bullpen in 13 2/3 innings pitched.
Yeah, and he looks to come in here and shut down the Otters team. But Evansville, I mean, you get 1 or 2 more runs, and they feel like huge runs at this point in the bottom of the 5th. So we'll see what happens. It'll be JT Benson, one of the guys who has been the best for Evansville in this lineup. We'll see how he does.
Benson the first to meet the 27-year-old reliever. Now the first pitch in from Reynolds is laced into left center field. In on it is going to be Serratos, diving for it and bringing in for out number 3. So Benson has a hit taken away. The Otters still lead 3-1 as we head to the 6th. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library. Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com.
Casey Delgado enters in the 6th inning to try to shut the door here on the Thunderbolts. Delgado on the mound, Logan Brown behind the plate. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call 812-475-9000. So Delgado will come in and try to keep this 3-1 lead where it's at.
You're going to call at 812-435-8686 and say you want one of those $2 general admission.
Delgado making his 2nd appearance of the year out of the bullpen. The first appearance he gave up a run, a walk, but that was it. Enters with a 2-run lead, and the first one to meet him will be Michael Sandel.
Big spot for him here. I like that they're using him out of the bullpen right now, the way they're using him in these high leverage situations, while he's still gearing up to be that starter we saw him be last year.
First pitch, Bender in the dirt. Starts behind Sandel 1-0. Rivera Cruz behind home plate gets some new baseballs. And now Delgado comes set, pitching from the stretch. The 1-0 pitch. That one up and in, and he starts behind Sandel 2-0. Otters still really haven't found a way to get this guy out. He's 2 for 2 in this game. Now the 2-0 pitch. Runs inside, and count moves to 3-0. The Otters leading 3-1 in this 7-inning game here in the top of the 6th inning. 3-0 pitch in to the center fielder, Sandel. Runs inside for a 4-pitch walk. And that will bring the tying run to the plate in the right fielder, Dakota Katowski.
Put that one in the back of your mind. Just go to work on this next guy. Don't really pay too much attention over to Sandel at first. He hasn't taken off yet this series. You have to focus on Katowski, how dangerous he is.
The first pitch into Katowski, runs inside again, and he starts behind another batter with a first pitch ball. Now the 1-0 pitch into the right fielder. Finds a zone. Count evens up at 1-1. One count here into the dangerous Dakota Katowski. Just outside, count moves to 2-1. Katowski has singled, and he's also been hit by a pitch in this game. Now the 2-1 count from Casey Delgado. That one pulled the string, got him out in front. Count evens up at 2-2. Mentioned this is Delgado's second appearance of the year. Last year with the Otters had 10 starts, Pitched to a 2.88 ERA in 40 innings. Shown to have good stuff. Trying to work back here. 2-2 pitch. Just misses low. Count runs full. Kotowski, the tying run, currently at the plate. On deck is Jose Kerpa as the go-ahead run here in the top of the 6th inning. Delgado's set. He'll deliver the payoff pitch. That one swung on a miss for strike 3. A German-American bank strikeout for Casey Delgado. And with one away, that'll bring up Jose Kerpa.
It's a huge strikeout for Delgado right there. Coming right back after that walk. I'll see how he does against the next two in Kerpa and Harbison.
So Kerpa steps into the right-handed batter's box. Waits the first pitch from Delgado. And Sandel takes off. Pitch is a strike. Throw it into second. Is wide. It's going to get into center field, but Sandel is going to stay at second. Sandel beat the throw either way, and with a first pitch strike, the count at 0-1. A runner at second with one away. Delgado will try to work through this runner in scoring position now. Delgado looks in and delivers the 0-1 pitch. Chopper up the middle, brought in by Delgado. He'll look the runner back to second, throw to first in time for out number 2. Slick play from Casey Delgado.
Yeah, that's a tough play to make if you're a pitcher. High chopper, 99% of the time that gets over your head, but great reaction from Delgado to just stick his glove up there and little look what I found type play. And good job from Delgado to just keep that runner at second, staring him back.
So with 2 away, it will bring up Kyle Harbison, who is 0 for 2 on the day with a strikeout. The first pitch into the Thunderbolts catcher is a bender that just catches the outside corner for a strike. So Delgado starts ahead 0-1 of another batter. 2 away here in the top of the 6th inning. Otters lead 3-1. Thunderbolts with a runner on second. Now the 0-1 pitch. Pulled the string, got Harbison swinging about half-heartedly. And now he's quickly ahead of Harbison 0-2. So Harbison back into the batter's box. He awaits the 0-2 pitch from the Otters right-handed pitching Casey Delgado. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Harbison holds up. Count at 1-2. Delgado, the lone veteran on this Otters roster. Now comes set as he delivers the 1-2 pitch. Soft chopper towards third. It's going to be a tough play for Gibson. He's going to let that one roll foul. A very smart play from Josh Gibson as he was not going to be able to get the runner at first.
And that's where you just got to let Bossy Field help you out there with the way it slopes down near the foul lines. Nice awareness from Gibson to just let that one play its course.
Yeah, it's one of those very lucky moments here at Bossy Field because this field does not let a lot of pitches stay fair, especially down that third baseline. So Harbison's going to have to reset himself with the count still at 1-2 as he calls time for himself. Now the 1-2 pitch in from Casey Delgado as that one's fouled off. Count stays at 1-2. June 15th here at the ballpark. That is the birthday of Casey Delgado. So a birthday present as he enters this game. Freshly turned 35-year-old out of Miami, Florida. Now the 1-2 pitch into the Thunderbolts catcher. In the dirt, stopped by Brown. It gets under him. Sam's going to take off for third, and he's going to take third. Brown stopped that ball right in front of himself, but didn't realize it was in front of him. So Sandal takes advantage. Still requiring a hit to score. Or I suppose a wild pitch if things go wrong. So the count at 2-2. Delgado looks in to Logan Brown and comes set. And time called. As we'll reset the 2-2 count. Delgado set once again. The 2-2 pitch. That one just fouled off by Harbison as he continues to battle. One thing we've seen so far through the series is that Kyle Harbison is a tough guy to get out. He continues to battle in these counts. It was 3 pitches he fouled off before he hit the solo shot that tied the game way back in game 1 of the series. Now the 2-2 pitch in the dirt. Count runs full as Delgado struggling to fool the Thunderbolts catcher. Runner on third with 2 away. Otters leading 3-1. Delgado comes set and delivers the payoff pitch into Harbison. That one runs low, so a hard-earned walk for Kyle Harbison. With 2 away and runners on the corners, it will extend the inning to Oscar Serratos. Max Peterson making a walk out to the mound. We'll see if he'll let Delgado go or if he wants to go with his bullpen. So he's just going to walk out there and have a conversation with this guy. Again, Delgado, a guy who's did a lot of great work for the Otters last year, usually in a starter role.
Alex Valdez just now starting to get loose down there in the Otters pen, so if they would make a change later this inning or in the 7th, it looks like it would be Valdez coming in to try and get the save.
So Logan Brown steps in front of the plate, gives some signs, and steps back behind the plate. Looks like we're going to get another pinch runner for the Thunderbolts.
Ladies and gentlemen,
It's going to be James Dunlap who steps in to pinch run for Kyle Harbison. So Dunlap representing the tying run over at first now. And Serratos at the plate representing the go-ahead run. The first pitch is taken for a strike as Delgado jumps in front 0-1. So obviously the Thunderbolts opting to go for speed to try to potentially allow that runner from first to score on an extra base hit. Counted 0-1. Here's the next pitch in from Delgado. That one in the dirt, stopped by Brown. Count evens up at 1-1. Be interesting to see if they let Dunlap steal after stealing 37 bags in his final college season. The 1-1 count is inside. Count moves to 2-1. Dunlap's only attempted for 1 bag this year. He did get it successfully. Count at 2-1 for the pitcher Delgado. Now comes set. Dunlap does take off. That one's lifted into deep center field. Graham Brown on his horse. He's tracking it. That one's going to get down over his head with the runner stealing. He throws it back in quickly, but Dunlap's going to come all the way around to score. And a 2-out RBI double for Oscar Serratos has tied this ball game up at 3 here in the top of the 6th inning.
14, Christian Kuzemka.
It's frustrating, that's for sure. And, you know what they say, leadoff walks and 2-out walks score. We had one of each of those in this inning, and both of them end up coming around.
Inning not over, though. Here comes Christian Kuzemka. with 2 away and that go-ahead run at second base now. The first pitch in from Delgado. Runs way inside, but Kazimka out of the way. Count moves to 1-0. Kazimka calls time and resets himself as he's looking to try to get something here on his 0 for 2 day. Now the 1-0 pitch in from Delgado, ripped into the outfield for a base hit. They're going to send Cerratos home. Throw in from Pierce all the way to the plate, not in time. Kazimka stays at first. And now Windy City all of a sudden has the lead here in the 6th inning, 4-3.
Another tough one. I mean, he just left a breaking ball in a very hittable spot. And again, these professional hitters not necessarily going to miss very often.
And before the next batter, Peterson's going to go out and assumedly get his guy. And when we come back after this short break, we'll have a new pitcher. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Alex Valdez comes in to try to shut the door here. The Thunderbolts have taken a 4-3 lead. They have a runner on first with 2 away, but Valdez on the mound to try to keep this deficit where it's at. Valdez on the mound. Logan Brown behind the plate. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. So Valdez comes in a spot, again, just trying to keep the deficit where it's at. He's been very efficient this year. He's pitched in 12 games and 14 innings. He struck out 15, walked 6. He has a 3.75 ERA. In his last appearance, went 2 innings, gave up a hit, struck out 3, and got the save. But now he steps in to just try to keep the Otters alive, essentially. First one to face him will be Grant Thurman. The first pitch taken for a strike. So he starts ahead of him 0-1. Valdez from the stretch, the 0-1 pitch. Chopper towards second. Cruz will take it in, but bounce off his chest. An unfortunate bounce. The runner at first will get to third, and now there'll be runners on the corners with 2 away once again after a very, very unfortunate hop for J.J. Cruz.
Yeah, it's a bad hop that's going to give him an error. I mean, that's tough. It's one of the things about natural surfaces. You can never guarantee anything. Just awful luck there from J.J. Cruz.
So now it's the 9-hole hitter, Garrett Broussard, steps into the box. He tries to look for a way to maybe break this game open. First pitch taken for a strike. He starts behind Valdez 0-1. Valdez looks in and comes set and delivers the 0-1 pitch. Runner takes off from second. That's a chopper. Slow roller. Second baseman Cruz takes it in, and a strong throw over to first in time for out number 3. So he makes up for that defensive lapse before with a great defensive play there to save a run. Otters trail 4-3 after Windy City puts up 3 in the top of the 6th inning. We head to the bottom half on the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org. For the last 5 years, the Evansville African American Museum and the Evansville Otters have partnered together to offer tickets at no cost for the whole family for the Juneteenth Negro Leagues Baseball Tribute. All are invited to celebrate Juneteenth with us on June 19th for the annual Salute to the Negro Leagues game. Pre-game activities start at 4:30 with first pitch scheduled for 5:05. For information on these tickets, fans can stop by the Evansville African American Museum at 579 Sandra Matthews Way in Evansville or any local Evansville-Vanderburgh Public Library.
Traven Reynolds out there now with a lead as we enter the bottom of the 6th inning with Zach Beadle now stepping in behind the plate. That pitcher and catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or call at 812-475-9000. So a disastrous top of the 6th inning. The Otters with their bats try to come in and bounce back as they now trail 4-3 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Remember, it's a 7-inning game here after we finished the second game of the series earlier today. The Otters trying to get the series victory over Windy City, looking for their 5th straight full series victory. First it'll be Paven Parks as he awaits the first pitch. Hard hit towards second on the ground. We brought in by Kerpa in a quick out number 1 as they're down to as the Otters are now down to their last 5 outs.
First baseman, number 20, L.J. Jones.
L.J. Jones will step up as he tries to get something started here for the Otters in the bottom of the 6th inning. Jones steps into the right-handed batter's box. Reynolds has only needed 2 pitches to record 2 outs so far in this game. The first pitch into Jones, a bender that stays high. LJ starts ahead of him 1-0. LJ raising his OBP up near 400 to start today's games. The next pitch, hard chopper towards short. Greer brings it in, a long throw to first in time. And a quick couple of outs now for the Otters. And it will be to Keenan Taylor as he looks to try to extend this 6th inning.
Number 12, Keenan Taylor.
It was Keenan Taylor's 3-run home run back in the 4th inning that gave the Otters a then 3-1 lead. Now he steps to the plate with no one on and 2 outs. The first pitch is taken high for a ball. He starts ahead of Reynolds 1-0. Now the 1-0 pitch into the Otters DH. He watches that one just catch the outside part of the plate. Count evens up at 1-1. Reynolds looks in and comes set, delivers the 1-1 pitch. That one is popped up high into foul territory, but it's going to get out of play. An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Now Taylor will have to battle back from being down 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Throws his bat up there. Chopper, it's going to get through for a base hit. Taylor is going to make the turn and head towards second. A 2-out double, a Deerhead double-decker double down the first base line for Keenan Taylor. And the Otters have a runner in scoring position with 2 away for Logan Brown.
That's exactly what Evansville needed right there. Just a good luck hit 93 down and away off the plate, but as you mentioned, Taylor was able to throw his bat out there, smoke it the opposite way down the right field line for a double, and now Logan Brown, who has been hot this series, has a chance to be the hero.
Logan Brown, after 5 hits in the first couple of games, still looking for his first hit in this one. And he awaits the first pitch. Brown likes to attack the first pitch, and he does there. That one's hit high and deep into right field. Going back on is Katowski at the wall. That one is gone! Logan Brown, a home run, his 6th hit of this 3-game series. And he does it again, puts the Otters on top, this time 5-2-4. This is the Otters team we've seen so much at this park. It's a never say die. It's making up big time bats, and Logan Brown does it right there.
It doesn't get any bigger than that for Logan Brown. My goodness.
Now it's J.J. Cruz. He swings to the first pitch for a strike. He's behind 0-1. So now an 0-1 count into the left-handed hitting Cruz. That one is hit high but out of play, and he will be behind 0-2. Cruz will call time as he tries to find a way to put a ball in play here. He's 0-2 with a couple of strikeouts, with Josh Gibson on deck, who's worked 2 walks in his 2 plate appearances. And now the 0-2 count into Cruz, takes that one inside count, moves to 1-2. And again, just can't say enough about what Logan Brown's done. Just today, a 2 RBI double that gave the Otters a 2-0 lead in the second game of this series. And now that 2-run home run makes a 1-run deficit, a 1-run lead. And now the 1-2 count. That one's hit hard and deep into center field. Sandel will go back on it and will bring it in for out number 3. So the Otters go down, but not before they put 2 runs on the board. Thanks to a 2-run home run from Logan Brown, they lead 5-4 as we head to the 7th. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Right now in Vanderburgh County, over 800 children are in the child welfare system waiting for someone to be their voice, and you could be that voice by becoming a court-appointed special advocate, a CASA volunteer. Donating just a few hours a month of your time can change a child's life forever. Vanderburgh County CASA invites you to join them. Stand up, speak out, be for the child, be a CASA. For more information, visit vandcasa.com. That's VAND CASA.com. Ballet Indiana is made up of local ballet professionals, dedicated parents, and community members in order to provide unique and life-enriching experiences for hundreds of young dancers, while carrying out their mission to inspire a lifelong appreciation for dance for both our dancers and the Evansville community. More information on Ballet Indiana and information about their upcoming performances is available at balletindiana.org. Maintaining our independence becomes more and more vital as we age. Swerka and More can help you navigate this important journey by answering your questions and connecting you to free and unbiased community resources and support services. If you are seeking advice for yourself or a loved one, let Swerka be your first call. More information available at swerka.org or by calling 812-464-7800.
Alex Valdez out there all of a sudden with the lead here as he takes the mound for the top of the 7th inning in this 7-inning game. So he's out there to try to finish this one off for the Otters as they look to steal a second win today.
And what a ball game this has been. Just back and forth these last couple of innings. And Alex Valdez, he's been in this situation before, already a couple of saves on the year, and we know he has the stuff to do it. So we'll see how he does. He's going to have to face the best players, 1, 2, and 3, due up for Windy City. So this is going to be a fun 7th, hopefully a fun 7th for us.
So it's Jalen Greer who will meet him first. He's 0 for 3 on the day, but he'll be followed by Michael Sandel, who's 2 for 2 with a walk and scored 2 runs. And then, of course, Dakota Katowski, ever dangerous with that home run power. So Greer awaits just outside the batter's circle as we wait for that pitch clock to wind a little bit down. Valdez came in to finish off the 6th inning and gave up a runner off an error, so he didn't really give up anything. A runner reached via the air and then got the second guy out. Got him to ground out. And now it'll be Jalen Greer to meet him first. So Valdez now pitching from the windup. Will deliver the first pitch into Greer as he chops that one up the middle. Parks will take it in and throw to first in time for a quick out number 1 here in the 7th inning.
That's how you want to do it. Just get the first one quickly. Have a little bit less hope for the opponent.
And with 1 away, it brings up Michael Sandel, who, as I've mentioned, the Otters have really just struggled to get out all day and all series. He has been very, very dangerous. Now the first pitch into Sandel. He takes for a ball. Starts ahead 1-0. It was 2 for 3 with a walk in game 1 for Sandel. And takes that pitch for a strike. Count moves to 1-1. And then he did go 0 for 2 in game 2, but drew a couple of walks as well there. So he's done a great job at that. And now he awaits the 1-1 pitch from Valdez. That one in the dirt. Count moves to 2-1. Sandel, the tying run at the plate, awaits the 2-1 pitch. Checked his swing. Did he go? He did not, says the first base umpire, and count is now at 3-1. Valdez works quickly, the 3-1 pitch into Sandel. That one finds a zone, runs it back to full. That one just caught the inside part of the plate. And now with a payoff pitch, Valdez winds up and delivers. That one misses low and in. So 1 out walk. Sandel's second of the day, and it brings up Dakota Katowski, who in game 1 hit one
Right fielder, 24.
way out of here. Game 2 didn't manage a hit. Here in game 3, he's 1 for 2. He's reached twice. And now the first pitch from Valdez is taken just outside. Starts behind Katowski 1-0. Sandel leads off first. Stole a base earlier. Now the 1-0 pitch. Sandel takes off. That one's lifted in the air towards center. Brown on his way back. He is going to bring it in for out number 2. Sandel, who's at second, has to go all the way back to first. That throw is going to be late. Sandel does get back in. So with 2 away, and they're going to say Sandel didn't go back and touch second base. And that's going to be out number 3, and the Otters are going to be a winner. So Sandel stole towards second. The hit was caught by Graham Brown, who threw it back into first, but Sandel made a move towards second, but made a move towards third and didn't come back and touch second base. And they're going to rule him out, and that's going to be the game.
That is a huge mistake from Windy City right there, from Sandel. I mean, it was so obvious that he didn't touch second base on his way back, and you could see everyone in the dugout saying, hey, tag him. He did not touch it. Great heads-up play by the Otters, and a great come-from-behind win here in Evansville to take the series.
So the Otters, on the back of a couple of big home runs from Logan Brown and Keenan Taylor, take this one 5-4. We'll take a short break, and we'll head to the Papa John's post-game show. And when we're back, we'll talk about this game and the game before. You're listening to the Otters Digital Network and on 96.9 WYIR.
Originally opening in 2004, Jacobs Village has been a home for adults with disabilities, giving these great residents a wonderful opportunity to live life just like you and me. Jacobs Village mission is to continue building a safe, walkable neighborhood community where people with disabilities and older adults can find meaningful relationships, affordable and accessible housing, and activities to keep their bodies and minds engaged. We can't wait to have Jacobs Village at the ballpark on July 3rd for our annual Red, White, and Blue Night. More information on this great community partner is available at jacobsvillage.org.
Welcome into the Papa John's post-game show. After a couple of victories for today, the Otters go 2-0. They win the series 2-1. They win their 5th straight series that has gone a full 3 games. And you're listening to the Papa John's post-game show. Remember, Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and post-game shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network and Home Team Network. So let's get in. Let's just start with game 1. A quick recap. Otters win 3-0. Pitching was fantastic. And it was Logan Brown, an RBI double, that broke the seal, made it a 2-0 game. J.J. Cruz a sac fly that made it 3-0, and Otters take that one. And again, mostly on the back of some fantastic pitching.
Yeah, the bullpen was great. Yohan Gonzalez came in and shut the door. They just did a really good job out of the pen. Then it was Nick McAuliffe who closed it out with a 6-out save. Just a great win to start to give you momentum for this next game that ended up being a barn burner.
And then here in game 2, started off slow for the Bats. They didn't score until the 4th inning in this one, but the pitching started off by Williman, struggled a little bit in that first inning, but then went strong for a couple of innings, ended up going 3 2/3, giving up a hit. That 1 run, walked 1, and struck out 3.
Yeah, he looked good. He continued to do what he did at Lake Erie, and that was pitch to contact, got a couple of strikeouts as well, looked good. And again, if this is a full 9-inning game, I think you see him go a little bit further, but because it was compressed, you have to compress the length that you're willing to have your starter go while getting roughed up a little bit.
And then Casey Delgado, he came in to try to finish off the 6th inning and looked good for a little bit, but ended up struggling to get that final out. Ended up with 2 hits, 3 earned runs, a couple of walks, and a strikeout. That big 2 RBI double that changed this game, as well as the RBI single from Kuzimka that gave the Windy City the lead, but Valdez came on, finished strong, and when the Otters took the lead, he finished that 7th inning very quickly and off the back of a just straight-up base-running mistake, not the first one we've seen today for Windy City that ended up costing them this one.
Yeah, and it's one of those where, teams with losing records, sometimes you're going to make those mistakes, and it's tough to watch that happen and for that to be the way the Otters win, but we're going to take it every day of the week. A huge mistake, a couple of them for Windy City.
Yeah, and you could see on the replays very clear he was off the bag towards the third base side, and when he ran back, didn't touch second base. It wasn't like he was trying to make a move towards third. He just was off the bag, and that ended up in rule being an out. But we obviously have to talk about the big performers on offense. Starts with Keenan Taylor, that big 3-run home run that gave him the lead 3-1 in the 4th inning.
Yeah, and it was loud off the bat, too. That was a no-doubt shot from Keenan Taylor. Now 6 homers, leads the team in that. And, man, just the offense in general today, a couple of long balls, and the big one from Logan Brown into right field.
Yeah, and it starts off with a Keenan Taylor double down the line to get into scoring position, just to extend the inning to Logan Brown, and then Brown comes up with a big 2-run home run. He attacked the first pitch, and then the second pitch he saw sent it deep. And again, it was off a guy in Trevin Reynolds, who came in with a 1.32 ERA. He'd been pitching so well this year, and it looked like he was going to keep it up. But then Keenan Taylor throws his bat out there, gets a double, and then Logan Brown attacks on that pitch and sends it out of the park. Remember, you're listening to the Papa John's postgame show. Papa John's is the official sponsor of every Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 10 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. So it'll be Valdez who earns the win in this one with a fantastic outing for him. He does not get a save, or I should say no one earns a save in this one. And it's Trevin Reynolds who will end up with the loss with his 2 hits and 2 runs given up on that home run from Logan Brown. And we get to talk about Logan Brown this series. 2 hits in game 1 where the Otters only had 4 hits. 3 hits in game 2, including that RBI double that gave him the lead. And then only 1 hit in this game, but a 2-run home run that gave them the lead, similar to what he did in game 2 on the big fly to right field.
Yeah, he's on fire, and if this is the guy that we're going to get the rest of the year, this is huge for Evansville to have that offensive weapon behind the dish that you can throw out there every day, who can also play first base when needed. It's great to have a guy that's flexible like that and who can hit well.
One final thing, Josh Gibson earned 2 walks in his 2 plate appearances. He's been to the plate 4 times for the Otters during his young career. He's earned 3 walks. He's done a great job at that. A 750 on-base percentage right now. Can't ask for anything better from that young kid.
Absolutely. And it'll come around. Obviously, the first play he got in his first game was a tough one, but came out here today, played a good third base, and rebounded.
So the Otters win 5-4 off the back of a 3-run home run from Keenan Taylor and a 2-run home run from Logan Brown. Alex Valdez earns the win. That was the Papa John's postgame show. Remember, Papa John's is the official sponsor of the Otters pregame and postgame shows, available every game night, 20 minutes before and 2 minutes after each Otters game on the Otters Digital Network, Home Team Network, and on 96.9 WYIR. Riley, any final thoughts over today's couple of victories for the Otters?
Let's hope that the Otts officially get hot on Tuesday against Washington. That's all I'm going to say.
That'll do it for tonight's ball game. For Riley Angel, I'm Lucas Macklin signing off. And as always, have a blessed Sunday night, everybody.